Dedication, Preface, Introduction, and Prelude of Prison Poetry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prison Poetry by Hiram Peck McKnight. In leisure moments, cast a look upon the pages of this book, and if your thoughts they should engage, just think of me who wrote this page, and if by chance in your time of leisure you in these pages should find pleasure, then dart your mind up to this cell, for here I live in an earthly hell. Dedication. Go forth, thou little volume, I leave thee to thy fate. To those who read these faithfully, thy leaves I dedicate. But if your fate should be so sad as mine who thee have writ, I'd be so vexed to think that I had made such a poor hit. But if by chance you meet a friend along life's road so dreary, just cheer his mind till he is blind, and never make him weary. Teach him the way, the livelong day, to lend a helping hand, and never turn or even spurn those wrecked on life's hard strand. If chance should be you return to me, along with harvests golden, I'll vouch for thee to all who see that thou wilt not embolden. And now go forth, thou little book, I leave thee to thy fate. To those who read thee faithfully, thy leaves I dedicate. End of dedication. Preface. In the preparation of the verses that fill these pages, I have been helped by some of the prisoners of this institution. The donors have been somewhat few, for which I return thanks, but each and every verse is a fair representation of the many phases that the mind of a prisoner passes through, and of his true sentiment. Those that have been donated by my fellow prisoners are accredited to them by either their name or serial number. Some of the verses have been published in our prison news, but inasmuch as they have reached only an inconsiderable few outside the prison walls, I prepare this little volume and hand it to the wide, wide world. My motto in so doing is, may you who enjoy the blessings of liberty and worldly freedom partake with us of our solitary musings and enjoy our noblest thoughts and resolutions, as well as for us to enjoy yours, and that you may know that we are not devoid of true, manly, noble principle simply because we are cast, some justly, others unjustly, into prison. May we exchange greetings with you all. Shake. And if by chance I have been fortunate enough to interest you, I am well compensated. But if I have been more fortunate and given you, even one of you, a line of noble, good thoughts and advice, I say, may the seed fall on good ground and bring forth good fruit. May it not be wasted upon barren rock. In my work on crime and criminals, many of these verses will appear in the appendix. Very truly yours, H.P. McKnight, A.D. 1896, Ohio Penitentiary, Columbus, Ohio, United States of America. End of preface. Introduction. True models of poetic art should please the ear and touch the heart, stamp on the plastic mind of youth, do reverence for eternal truth, paint field and flower in nature's hues, give to the world the heart's best news, or, lightly tripping o'er the page, rejuvenate the blood of age. The sacred muse should ne'er descend, vice to gild, nor wound a friend. Heaven gave no man poetic art, save to improve the human heart. You may not find in coming page the ripened wisdom of the age. Yet you will find, untrained by art, the deathless music of the heart, and truth shall caress each flaming line, inspired by the tuneful nine. No fear of man nor greed of praise shall make or mar our tuneful lays. We simply voice the ripest thought of prisoned souls with meaning fraught. Yours it is to praise or blame my effort to deserve a name. End of introduction. Prelude. If you prefer the sounding line, go read some master of the nine. Good taste perhaps you will display. Let others read my simple lay that gushes from an honest heart, unawed by fear, unstrained by art. I ne'er will prostitute my muse, the rich to praise, nor poor abuse, but simply sing as best I can, whate'er may bless my fellow man. I dare not stain a single page with outbursts of unreasoning rage. But if one sorrow I can soothe, or one his rugged pathway smooth, one pain relieve, one joy impart, 'twill ease the burden of a heart that has known for weary years no solace save unbidden tears. Hard is the heart that will refuse due merit to the prison muse. May heaven watch the prisoner's weal, and mankind for his sorrow feel. End of Prelude. My Prison Garden by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by mleigh. In this mind's garden thoughts shall grow, and in their freshness bud and blow. Thoughts to which love has beauty lent, and memories sweet of sentiment. Now, if I cultivate them right good, they'll furnish me with my mind's food. My enemies may my corpus hail, while onward, upward, thoughts will sail to realms above, where all is peace, and where the soul may rest with ease. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rhyme and Reason by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Beckett Wood. In contravention of the laws of right, man's cruel passion and his guilty might has bound me tightly with a galling chain of heaped-up malice and unjust disdain. From front-rank lawyer to a felon's cell, through perjured villains, not by sin I fell. By fiat law my body was consigned to this grim cell for guilty ones designed. Yet I'm no convict. I have never known the deep remorse by guilty wretches shown. I am a martyr, doomed by adverse fate to brave the billows of malicious hate. Yet I am free, for nature's august plan makes mind, not matter, constitute the man. Though men may curse me and cast out my name, like some vile bauble on the sea of shame, brand me as murderer or caitiff thief, or atheistic infidel, steeped in unbelief, foe to all that's pure and good, wretch unfit to live, outlaw whom no honest man can even pity give. Yet my soul will still defy your prison bolts and bars, and soaring far on eager wings beyond the faintest stars, live in a world to you unknown, where only poet soul can bask in beauty undefiled by cankering control. In vain is all your hate and scorn, vain your prison blight. God loves me, and I feel assured that all will yet be right. I know one law, a perfect law, by nature's self designed. 'Tis heaven's dearest gift to man, the freedom of the mind. If minds and hearts were easy read as faces we can see, society would lose its dread, and many a prisoner free. But what, alas! Do people care what's in another's brain? They only seek to hide their share of misery and pain. Were all compelled to truthful be and show their inner life, great heavens! What a jamboree of sin and shame and strife! How few would measure half a span if mind alone we closely scan? Where is the man on this broad earth so pure, so good, so true, that never gave an action birth he dare not bring to view? The Christ alone was sinless here, none other lives aright. All human goodness springs from fear of death's approaching night. There is no soul, so white I know, but what temptation's power its purity can overthrow, and all its good deflower. Disguise the truth as best we can. He errs the most, who most is man. Come, let us take a journey, with cathode rays supplied, and view the greatest and good in all their pomp and pride. Examine first the churches, where the godly crew teach poor erring mortals what is best to do. They tell us human nature is once and always wrong, and prove man's deep depravity in sermon or by song. All natural passion is denounced as deep and deadly sin, and truth and virtue painted as graces hard to win. Heaven, they tell us, is a place with blisses running o'er, hell a lake of torture where fiery billows roar. A choice eternal all must make between their birth and death. It may be made in early life or with expiring breath. But how this choice must be made, each gives a separate plan that clearly proves how narrow is the erring mind of man. One tells us naught but good pursue, all evil to eschew. Another swears without God's grace no mortal thus can do. One bids us work salvation out with trembling and with fear. Another swears that God's elect should never shed a tear. One says all must live the life Jesus lived on earth. Another says it can't be done without a second birth. Some say work, others trust, others still say wait. Some deem us mere automatons, saved or lost by fate. Some with philanthropic views declare all must be saved, since Christ, the perfect offering for all, death's horrors braved. Since Christians never will agree, 'tis best that every man should listen to his conscience and do the best he can. God ever has and will do right. In his eternal plan the time will come to set aright the numerous wrongs of man. See yonder's pompous deacon, with diamonds clear and bright. He looks a model Christian. Just turn on him your light. Great heavens, what a medley of cant and sin and shame! If the half we see was ever told, 'twould ruin his good name. But turn on yonder pastor your strange, mysterious light. I know he is a real good man, who loves eternal right. Ye holy saints, protect us, he too has gone amiss, when siren voice allured him with a seductive kiss. If half the prayers we utter be not a sounding lie, it is but little marvel that we are doomed to die. For each will plead forgiveness for thought or action done, and none by spotless merit eternal bliss hath won. Then gently judge your fellow, his failings lightly scan. Like you, he cannot corner all the brains of man. See, yonder is our Congress, where wits and fools unite, to declare by the nation's statute what is fundamental right. They yell of patriotism and the majesty of law, and are for once unanimous their salaries to draw. Alas, alas, 'tis ever thus within our halls of state. Sweet justice is blacklisted, the dollar is too great. Aye, even on judicial bench, where justice should be done, how scattering are the cases where right the victory won. Lawyers, judge, and jury ex parte view the case. An angel would be ruined in the defendant's place. In vain is protestation, in vain a blameless life. Some must be doomed to prison when prejudice is rife. Law must keep its servants in stations high and proud, though every hour should furnish a coffin and a shroud. The modern Shylock of today, unlike his friend of old, demands the pound of quivering flesh and all his victims' gold, nor feels content until he sees his victim's hated face behind a wall of rock and steel in garments of disgrace. Then he will raise his dainty hands and loud applaud the law that can protect such beings who live without a flaw. He has no pity for the weak who through temptation fall, but freely spends his time and means the guileless to enthrall. He heaps his mighty wrath and scorn on every evil done, and speaks in tones of pure disgust of poverty's pale sun. But if you bid him look within and study his own heart, he has a task Herculean, 'tis such a tiny part. And as for mind, ye angels, in fair creation's plan, 'twas given to his victim, and left him half a man. The modern Clytemnestra no dagger needs to use, she slays her Agamemnon within your legal pews, since judges now are willing to sunder marriage ties, and juries are so truculent when blushing beauty lies. Or if she be a Helen, and Paris suits her taste, she hastes without compunction to lay her honour waste. Society allows her to have a special friend, and a husband is so handy her good name to defend. But alas, Aspasia no mercy need expect, her Pericles lionized, but none her worth detect. And as for poor Thargelia, none will take her part. She lives a social outcast, with broken, bleeding heart. But each base seducer, in our social plan, makes poor trusting woman bear the sins of man. Many men are now misjudged, and meet an awful fate, whose innocence is published, but alas, it is too late. Many too are breathing freedom's precious air, whose vile conduct merits prison dress and fare. Only little rascals in your prisons die, while stupendous villains liberty can buy. Each one strives with fervour his neighbour to outshine, and he who has the most of gold is reckoned half divine. You scatter dark temptations around the poor man's path, and when he falls you pour on him all your vicious wrath. Poverty in public lives all her deeds are seen. Wealth can build a castle her wickedness to screen, yet many a noble woman and kingly man is found as toilers in your factories or tillers of the ground. If cathode rays were freely used to bring to human sight the dirty methods villains use to damn eternal right, many men would be set free and others take their place who now can roll in luxury and laugh at their disgrace. A judge and jury now can sit and hang a man at will, but they say 'tis open murder if but one dares kill. Take a ring of brass and plate it o'er with gold, and 'tis only business when the fraud is sold. Adulterate both food and drink, deal in deadly pills. Law will aid your robbery and collect your bills. Give to your profession but a sounding name, then cut up the devil without fear or shame. Be sure to call it business, whatever you may do, and if you have sufficient gall, that will pull you through. Now throughout this prison raise cathodal dart, and read the hidden secrets of each convict heart. Some have wrought vile deeds and wrought them o'er and o'er, that surely proves them rotten to their inmost core. And here are wretched fiends, who with consummate art ravish every instinct of the human heart. Some men of wit and letters, cultured and refined, others moral lepers with heart and conscience blind. From drawing room and brothel, farm and city slum, some by acts of justice, some through perjury come. The innocent and guilty, callow youth and age, all can be imprisoned in this Christian age. But they who seek for liberty no innocence must plead. Gold and plenty of it will be all they need. Some young souls are making for a stated time this their maiden effort on the sea of crime. O Christians, teach them early what to me is plain. Crime ever has and ever will result in lasting pain. Do not be too lenient, nor too soon forgive, lest all vice should flourish and no virtue live. Society demands it, the guilty should atone, but take care you punish those, and those alone. Keep them in your prisons till by virtue shown they will know what is and what is not their own. But let all be careful lest by word or act those who should reform them from their good subtract. Rule them wisely, gently, by some humane plan, all their faults to conquer as best becomes a man. When your work is finished and their habits changed, then honest labour by the state arranged. Show them honest labour can a living gain, while the social outcast harvests want and shame. Treat them fairly, kindly. Teach them all the true will be friendly with them while the right they do. Both principle and policy declare this course is wise. Then why longer act the fool and wisdom's voice despise? Crime never can nor will decrease until in wisdom's school men learn the noted lesson. Right through law should rule. All tried plans are failures, this none dares deny. Now give common sense a show, and failure dare defy. Do this, and lash and pistol, now your sole defence, shall give place to reason and plain common sense. Courts are far too careless when they give men life, for offence unnoticed save in time of strife. Naught but some poor chicken or a ham he stole, shall the devil purchase at such price a soul? If such petty crimes as this deserve such prison fare, come now, honest reader, what is your just share? Was that old Greek right who, though a man of sense, could mete out death to all for each small offence? Apply his heartless rule, and can you truly say any man or woman would be left to slay? Man is only mortal, and to sin is prone. Never cure another's faults till you quit your own. Men are convicted by the press at large. The public mind is rarely heaven's peculiar charge. Bring the judge and jury who declared my fate for the shining dollars furnished them by hate, and their guilty conscience by my own arrange, and then tell me frankly if my fate should change. Yet I had sooner die behind these bars of steel than to have a heart of stone that could not feel. I know such human tigers who fatten on distress, never can and never will enjoy 1 hour of rest. Until all hate and malice, all greed and other sin is burned by awful torture to leave them pure within. God will forgive each penitent whate'er his sins may be, whose heart is overflowing with love for bond and free. Oh, listen, brothers, listen. 'Tis Jehovah's plan, and a time is fixed to right the wrongs of man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Freedom by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by mleigh. How sweet thou art, O freedom, to every human heart, man's privilege most sacred, his being's noblest part. Thou priceless great possession, without thee life were done, its sun gone down forever, for thou and life are one. How dear thou art, O freedom, our birthright here below, chief blessing of all blessings kind heaven doth bestow. Deprived by dark misfortune of every other joy, not while thou still remainest can happiness destroy. But thou, O prison penance, dark shadow by life's board, of all that men hold mournful, thou art the fullest stored. There's naught on earth worth having, if't must be shared with thee. O happy, holy freedom! O heaven, set me free. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
God Bless Them by H.P. McKnight. God bless the mothers of this land. They are so good and true, and all the sisters of their band. They are so noble, too. If we don't treat them with respect and court their wholesome fluence, our morals will not be correct, and we will suffer hence. If women are not treated with respect and made to exercise an influence over the social world, the standard of private virtue and public opinion will be lowered, and the morals of men will suffer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Forget No Never by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Laurie Wilson. There are things we'll not remember, and much will be forgot, as in the bleak December when our coffee was not hot, when the butter was much younger, when the bread was sour and dry, when our felt the pangs of hunger with regrets and many a sigh. How the memory used to vex us, as 'twould o'er our senses steal. How we wished they might annex us, so we'd get one good square meal. Other things may be forgot in this busy, hustling age, but one thing we ne'er can blot from off our memory's page, that we never can forget. In 100 months of Junes, it will long our memories fret, those prunes, those rotten, wormy prunes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mother by Overstreet. Read for LibriVox.org by Jacqueline Tyler. Who is it in this life so drear that pines for the wandering boy, and ever ready with words of cheer to turn sad thoughts to joy? Mother. Who is it when all others do forsake and leave us to our grief, that will for long hours lie awake and pray for our relief? Mother. Who is it when the world laughs on and gives our sighs no thought, that thinks of the boy who looks upon this life that's come to naught? Mother. Who is it when from prison freed the boy goes forth so sadly, that receives him in his hour of need with tears of joy, yea, gladly? Mother. Who is it when the end has come, looks fondly on her child, and prays to God for a happy home for the boy that's been so wild? Mother. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Prisoner's Thanksgiving by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Beckett Wood. What if the gold of the cornlands is faded to sombre grey? And what if the down of the thistle is ripened and scattered away? There's a crowning golden harvest, there's turkey the heart to cheer. There's a basket from home with plenty of pone, though 'tis bathed in a mother's tear. What if our friends are far from us and they know not where we are? What if those who are dearest live ever away so far? There's room for us by the fireside, where in childhood days we'd play. 'Tis comfort to think, though we stand on the brink, that we will be there some day. What if our hearts are lonely as we toil in our enemy's hand? What if our sad looks betray us as we take a true manly stand? There's a coming golden harvest, there's a time when we'll all meet, when prison locks and iron bars will fail to the prisoner keep. What care we for the pang at heart? 'Twill all be gone some day, and then though our enemies will crush us, they'll be scattered far away. Though this is a sad Thanksgiving, a better one's coming our way, when we'll all be home to share in the pone, and hear our angelled sister pray. What if the gold of the cornlands is faded to sombre grey? And what if the down of the thistle is ripened and scattered away? Away to the east in a far-off land, there's Turkey, the heart to cheer, where the dear ones are partaking and thinking of one that's here. There's father and mother and sister and brother, all so far away. There's a blessed time a-coming, the prisoners' Thanksgiving Day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hope, Eternity by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Laurie Wilson. The heart, bowed down with silent grief, Despair's its portals soon assails. O let such moments be but brief, when spirit lost o'er man prevails. Think not of friend who false betrayed, nor sweetheart's changed, nor colder wife. Recall those oaths when passion prayed for vengeance and for foeman's life. We pass dear friends but once this way, our judge, accusers, and our foe, if false to God and man they play. Not thou, but they shall suffer woe. All stay is short. The longest span counts less than raindrops in the sea. Arouse thee then, despairing man, and hail with hope eternity. Glows in thy cell a fragrant bloom, plucked from thy guardian angel's wreath. Do thou but nurture it with prayer, and water it with tears of faith. To humble hearts its petals ope, revealing bliss to streaming eye. Immortal blooms this rose of hope, God's flower of life, eternity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Prisoner's Mother by Mrs. S. E. Wirick. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090. To be a prisoner's mother is to feel a piercing dart that sets the mind a-whirling and almost cleaves the heart. To be a prisoner's mother is, upon a holiday, to visit him in prison, then part and go away. To be a prisoner's mother 'tis inside the lonely wall to say, "Farewell, my darling." Oh, I almost faint and fall. No resting place but heaven, no happy morn that dawns. Our home so drear and lonely, because our boy is gone. An empty bed, a missing plate, a grief that inward burns. No balm on earth to heal our hearts until our boy returns. Honor and shame from no condition rise. Act well your part, there all the honor lies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
How to be Happy in Prison by number 22700. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Do what is right, and day by day teach yourself that work is play, of brain and muscle rightly used, and hurtful only when abused. Deep interest take in all you do, 'twill others please as well as you. Relieve a fellow prisoner's need, righteous counsel always heed. Be not suspicious or unjust. Few men betray a perfect trust. He trusts the most whose heart is pure, and generous thought will malice cure. Brood not o'er the ills of life, give no cause for needless strife. Tomb the past with all its sin. Purify yourself within. Rear your standard. Be a man, and do whatever good you can. Some perhaps will misconstrue all you say and all you do, but when conscience is at rest, happiness will fill the breast. 'Twill be a sweet red-letter day when we all shall act that way. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Prison by Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Beckett Wood. That which the world miscalls a jail, a private closet is to me. Whilst a good conscience is my bail, and innocence my liberty, locks, bars, and solitude together met make me no prisoner, but an anchoret. I, whilst I wished to be retired, into this private room was turned, as if their wisdoms had conspired the salamander should be burned, or, like those sophists that would drown a fish, I am constrained to suffer what I wish. These manacles upon my arm I as my mistress' favours wear, and for to keep my ankles warm I have some iron shackles there. These walls are but my garrison. This cell, which men call jail, doth prove my citadel. I'm in the cabinet locked up, like some high-prized Marguerite, or like the great Mogul or Pope, am cloistered up from public sight. Retiredness is a piece of majesty, and thus, proud Sultan, I'm as great as thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Erratic Musings of Unfettered Thought by George W. H. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichole Dio. Is living thought, proud condor of the mind, by walls of rock and iron bars confined, innate divinity by human courts enslaved, and right eternal by a dustworm braved? Think you the spirit's rapid flight to mar with dungeon torture and by iron bar? Can rock-ribbed walls and bars of steel deprive man of the power to feel? Can you the stream of Lethe roll in maddening torrents o'er the soul? Pluck from my brow love's garland fair, and brand me victim of despair? No, weakling son of vengeful fate, God grants to none a power so great. My body is your lawful prey, poor lump of spirit crumbling clay. Seize, chain and manacle each part, I even starve my bleeding heart, but know that for creative thought all fetters by one's self is wrought. Mind, glorious mind, Jehovah's sleepless breath, can know no bondage and can feel no death. In yon fair regions of unreached repose, eternal beauty's flower chalice glows, filled to the brim with satisfying wine, ambrosial nectar of the tuneful nine. My muse can reach it on eternal wings, and drink till all the heart within me sings. I scale the lofty heights, by virtue shown, and from eternal wisdom seek my own. There, far above the struggling world of fate, I greet true freedom, and am wisely great. 'Tis mine, in bright Elysian fields to roam, pluck jeweled treasure from the sleeping gnome. Bid oceans deep their mysteries reveal, or, soaring far above the world of space, gain raptured visions of the holy place. Admire and measure every glittering throne, count heavenly treasure as my own. Make august angels bow beneath my rod, and even dare to mold the mind of God. O radiant fields of pure, untrammeled thought, with what sweet incense are thy zephyrs fraught! How clear the view from thy exalted height of human errors and unerring right! 'Tis thou alone my laboring muse can teach the perfect measure of her powers to reach. She cons these fragments of a truth sublime, and art stands ready with appropriate rhyme, to trim each sentence and each word to place in melting numbers of seductive grace. Since first Jehovah, bending low to earth, breathed in man's nostrils an eternal birth, the raindrop falling from the heavy cloud in waiting dust finds ready shroud. and there, commingling fills each separate cell, yet still remains as pure as when it fell. To man appearing but a dampened clod, 'tis chambered favor of a gracious God, and serves his purpose till he calls above this liquid semblance of immortal love. There, not to perish, but return again, to deck the forest and adorn the plain. All nature feels its fructifying power in laughing streamlets and in nodding flower. The raindrop typifies the pure indwelling God that permeates our being to animate a clod. Give birth to all emotion, consistent with his plan, and with unmeasured tenderness weep the fall of man. From every nodding flower, from every whispering breeze, from mountains' lofty height, from towering trees, from softly twinkling star, from lightning's giddy flash, from the softest twitter of a bird and thunder's awful crash, from hills the ants may call their own, from crested elders round their throne, from babbling brook, from storm-lashed wave, from nature's smiling nature grave. From earth and air, from sky and sea, there comes the self-same voice to me, like softest note of cooing dove, and sweetly whispers, God is love. All nature is obedient to heaven's august plan, and none will dare rebellion, save ever-erring man. He, of a dual nature, purity and lust, defies his great creator and thus betrays his trust. Thrones within him his being the hydra-headed sin, all his joy to murder and create hell within. Self-consciousness completes the triple blow, while memories of happier years augments his hapless woe. Whatever then of pleasure his wounded spirit knows, from the fountain of bitter repentance it onward flows. His own environment, be it either fair or fell, must now embower his heaven or will create his hell. Contentment, peace, or pleasure he must create anew, by sowing seeds of virtue where vice so greatly grew. He learns he must not do whatever man can do, but recognize the limits of the just and true. Law is his alma mater, the measure of his right, the barrier Jehovah set to curb irreverent flight. He has the truest liberty to recognize law, 'tis made to shield his virtues and on his vices war. He who denies humanity lives for himself alone, all history to hush, all culture to disown. And quickly he relapses into a barbarous state where only force and prowess can make the unit great. None so lost to virtue, none so devoid of art, as he who fails to capture the empire of a heart. He who knows not sympathy, feels no fellow's woe, will never feel the rapture of happiness below. God planted seeds of pity in every human breast, and he who loses most of woe secures most of rest. Love is man's all, his conqueror, his cordial and wine, the measure of his inner life that stamps him as divine. How circumscribed the circle God allots to man! His home is but an acre, his life is but a span. And yet, within that circle his influence is so great, he wakes the cooing notes of love or feeds the fires of hate. His influence is potential within a circle small, but beyond the limit of the same he does no good at all. All thought, all power with which our being teems is action predicted on events or on dreams. All we have seen or heard, all we now can feel, leaves an imprint on the heart that the future must reveal. The vain are truly lonely, they long to be admired. One wishes to be understood, another well attired. This hushed by useless longings or fashion's changing art, that sweetest of all poems, the music of the heart. But he who solves life's mystery is never quite alone. All ages is his playground and solitude his throne. He walks in subtle converse with all the mighty dead, gathering priceless jewels, their wit or wisdom bred. The watchtower of his thought o'erlooks the struggling mass, while events both past and present before his vision pass. He sees the weary captive tugging at his chain, the weather-beaten sailor plough the raging main, the swarthy burden-bearer in forest, mine, and field, the merchant's soiled ledgers, the soldier's brazen shield, the child with glittering toy, the maiden at her glass, the ruler of an empire, the leader of the mass, the student in his study, the priest on bended knee, the teacher with his ferule, the aged human tree. All fondly dream of freedom, yet all beneath the ban, each in a separate prison, presided o'er by man. Sees nature and morality are ever waging war, the first as god of freedom, the latter lord of law. Sees culture raise her barriers between polite and rude, and hears religion thunder, cover up the nude. Knows man in every station to be a willing slave, the football of his passion, the dupe of every knave. Yet hears him boast his freedom, laud his reasoning power, rule all he can with iron hand and finite judgment shower. Sees all the devious, hidden paths of sinful mortals trod, where human law and custom dare ostracize a god. Yet knows a germ of goodness, deep in the human breast, is living in the worst of men, however much depressed. Knows life is but the unit of God's eternal plan, and learns to pity, not to blame, poor ever-erring man. In each created atom sees faultless beauty glow, and God's eternal purpose in onward sequence flow. Views all souls as living harps, whose seeming dissonance is but a part and not real, and believes perchance God will mend each shattered chord. Tune the quivering lyre, and from out each soul shall bring a music sweeter, higher, than earthly ears have ever heard or earthly lips essayed. Such music is the ransomed sing in innocence arrayed, while all the universe entranced shall wondering inquire, is this the fruitage of his woe? Is this his soul's desire? Is this the harp so late unstrung? Is this poor fallen man? Ah! Can it be that all was wrought obedient to God's plan? Nature were o'er matter bear imperial sway, and all not mortal must in time decay. Man's tenement is mortal, but himself divine. Which should he most cherish, the jewel or its shrine? Yet, when vice allures him with seductive ray, gives he not to passion undisputed sway? Dreams he not of beauty, who, with open arms, calls for lust to enter and revel mid her charms? Is his eye not captive? Do not his senses thrill? What is left the tempted one save his feeble will? If that will prove recreant to Jehovah's trust, pays he not the penalty in self-consuming lust? Must his spirit suffer through unending years for the shame he purchased with agonizing tears? Life is but a shoe-broom, nature is God's book, and he's the aptest scholar who all her laws can brook. If love of right was constant, man could well defy all of sin's allurements and unspotted die. One such man has lived who, with a faith sublime, crucified the temple where he dwelt in time, and entered heaven victorious without the aid of grace, and marvel of all centuries, the Savior of the race. But had his will but weakened, Jesus, too, had fell, and man without redemption sank tottering into hell. All would be good, did not true goodness claim such earnest noble effort from a will so tame. Crime is but a sequence of misguided will, inherent moral defect, and surrounding ill. Man's innate love of beauty and his dread of pain, his ever-raging thirst for power and his greed for gain, alternately do sway him with resistless power, the spotless blossoms of the soul, until he only yearns for the ever-hideous lust that blackens as it burns. Guilt comes not, thundering on the wings of time, with vice-distorted feature and the leer of crime. but like enchanting vision from a pagan dream, or softly echoed cadence of a whispering stream, she steals upon us gently with ever-changing art, and usurps an empire the waiting human heart. Her outward form is beauty, her voice with passion tense. She only craves the privilege to gratify each sense. All apparent pleasures round her path are spread, but alas, you seize the flower to find its fragrance fled. But still, pursuing, row with bated breath, you clasp her to your bosom and embrace a death. Then, conscience-stricken, you the wreck survey, and with shuddering sorrow humbly kneel to pray, while the pitying angels in their pinions bear the ever-sacred burden of repentant prayer. And almighty love descends, reasserts control, and mercy in the guise of grace has won a human soul. But contrast a moment with this heavenly plan the awful brutal conduct of exacting man. See yon martial champion riding on the flood of a frightful carnage and a sea of blood. His path is strewn with many a ghastly sight, dead and dismembered bodies and defenseless fright. Yet all the people with a loud acclaim pronounce him hero and accord him fame. True, he butchers thousands in a cruel war, yet you deem him guiltless. He obeyed your law. But if your angered brothers slay a single man, him you brand a murderer, worthy of your ban. And with zeal unbounded you wage relentless war until he falls a victim to rage-created law. As if a useless murderer sanctioned by the state was less the fruitage of revenge than one newborn of hate. Perchance in some fair Aidenn, some far distant sphere, your poor hapless victims these just words may hear. Thou art now forgiven, poor misguided son. Though tranced with dire passion, thou hast slain but one. Thou hast made atonement, breathed a fiery breath of a deep repentance and an awful death. Place on him the raiment, whiter far than snow, and teach his untried lips to sing the song the angels know. But as to yonder soldier who for the bauble fame let unbattled thousands without fear or shame, and with banners flying to the bugle's chime, hurled obedient legions into conscious crime. All the tears he showed, all the blood he shed, now in molten fire shall circle round his head, and all shall learn the lesson that horror-breeding war will never meet the sanction of Jehovah's law. This is no fancy picture, nor idle dream of youth. But if I know the laws of God, it is the solemn truth. Behold, a homeless wanderer, poor and thinly clad, to biting cold a victim, with hunger almost mad. Entering yonder mansion, dares to boldly steal what none should e'er deny a dog, the pittance of a meal. See the greedy sleuth-hounds of the outraged law wage against this robber an unrelenting war, while Christian judge and jury with ready wit declare his crime an awful outrage that merits prison fare. But he who rears his costly domes, or wreck and ruin of human homes, plants in the breast a raging thirst, and leaves his victims doubly cursed, can roll in luxury, loll in pride, and with the law his gain divide. Though every dime he pays the state 1,000 cost in wakened hate. A simple youth, by passion lured, and of but little wisdom steward, meets with a maid of witching grace, and dalliance ends in dire disgrace. In prison stripes you teach the fool that he must love by human rule. Yet you rear great, costly piles where soiled doves may ply their wiles, and lead to an unhallowed bed the lustful brute you lately wed. If passion will assert her power, none shall dare a maid deflower, unless so licensed by the state in wedlock's bonds his lust to sate. And if marriage prove a bane, divorce for cash will ease his pain. Then to your haunts of sin he hies, and laws of God and man defies, by casting in a barren sea the germ of life that is to be. 'Tis true, this evil you decry, and raise your taxes mountain high, as if the more the state shall gain, the less will virtue feel the strain. You legalize divorce and fraud, and each successful scoundrel laud, unmindful, though he gain his wealth, by open plunder or by stealth. In vain his hapless victims cry, his gold can legal silence buy. But if through stress of penury's strife, one makes a shipwreck of his life, you prisons build and place within this fruitage of a law-made sin, to linger till the cowering slave shall fill unwept a pauper's grave, and scarce a line of obscure print at this dark tragedy will hint. But if your millioned puppy dies, what wailings rend the astonished skies? What sabled hue and lengthened train attest your deep regret and pain? How yon cathedral's vaulted arch will echo with his funeral march? What flowers will deck his costly tomb? What tapers rob the grave of gloom? While columns, nay, whole papers tell how great a man today has fell. Deluded mortals, raise your eyes to yon fair regions of the skies, where justice sits, each cause to try, beneath omniscience's searching eye. Your convict on low bended knee pleads guilty, and they set him free, and angels crown with loud acclaim the man you deemed a living shame. Your Croesus, with uplifted eye, still conscious of his station high, deigns to repeat with growing stress how from defeat he wrung success. Tells with a proudly swelling heart of millions spent on sculptured art, and millions more on lordly hall, the eye and heart of man to thrall. Tells how a church and college new from his donation quickly grew. Tells how in cushioned pew he knelt and begged God other hearts to melt, until each child of man should be like his dear self, from error free. All this they hear your idol tell, and cast him headlong into hell, while heaven bows her head with awe in sanction of Jehovah's law. What mighty solons fill your halls of state, poor gibbering parrots with an empty pate, who deem all prisons of but little use, not founded on starvation and abuse. They lock poor prisoners in a loathsome cell, while lash and pistols drives them on to hell. They crush his manhood and his soul debase, blot out ambition and his name disgrace, yet wonder greatly that such humane plan makes not an angel of each convict man. These truthful samples of your legal page condemn your judgment and disgrace your age. Too oft repeated, who will dare to say to what dark horrors they may pave the way? Pause, ere the records that now strew your path invite the vengeance of Jehovah's wrath. Relearn the lesson early taught mankind. To God give reverence, and to man be kind. Be this your motto, and each setting sun will kiss the feature of a work begun. Time cannot tarnish, and no heart can blame your noble effort to deserve a name. Heaven will applaud you, and the smile of happiness the hours beguile. Why pay such homage to mere human laws? Dread you man's censure, or admire applause? Are you forgetful that the crown of fame is purchased torture and expiring shame? Think you man's plaudits or his causeless hate can either ope or close the pearly gate? Whoever placed in man implicit trust, nor saw his idol soon or late in dust? Why thus pursue an ever-fading wraith? 'Tis God, and God alone, deserves your faith. Survey all things with comprehensive view, admire all beauty, and enthrone the true. Know every mortal, though a separate soul, is but a fragment of the mighty whole, that fills a niche in God's eternal plan, all for the welfare of ungrateful man. Learn that in many a loathsome cell a prisoned genius or a saint may dwell, whose power, developed by an act of love, may lead a million to the courts above. Shall it be yours to touch that vibrant chord, and share the honor of the great reward? What heaven endorses that alone can stand, all else is stubble, built on shifting sand. What shall vanish mid the fire and flood, like tiny snowflakes in a sea of blood? Oh, could my muse, by some exalted flight, portray her knowledge of eternal right. Breathe in soft accents to the listening ear, the melting music which my soul can hear. Some would declare my reason half dethroned, before my fancy to such heights had flown. Yet could such see, as I have seen, the scroll where God has written destiny of soul. They much would wonder how my muse could dare suppress such glorious news. What pen can picture, or what brush can paint, the endless rapture of a raptured saint? Words are too feeble. They but tell in part the truthful language of a human heart. But, oh, when spirit from its clumbering clay shall rise triumphant to the realms of day, what strains seraphic from our lips shall break, till all creation shall to bliss awake? O bliss supernal, when our lips shall meet, the lips long buried, and our souls shall greet the loved and cherished of those earlier years, ere pain had turned each quivering chord to tears. And life was smiling in her morning hours, and love was conscious of her magic powers. Oh, sweet reunion on the crystal strand, when we shall fondly clasp the waiting hand of buried jewels distance hides from view, and all the plighted vows of life renew. Then shall we learn the truthfulness of love, when hearts like ours, renewed in youth above all passion and the cloying cares of earth, shall wake to rapture with a second birth. O hearts estranged, forgive and be forgiven. Your cruel coldness has already driven the angel sweetness from your speaking eye, and suffered everything save pride to die. O cradle in the lap of everlasting sleep the dark, fierce passions that now rudely sweep the sounding chambers of the suffering soul, where hate's tumultuous torrents hourly roll, and blackened what was once so white and fair, when spotless innocence was centered there. Oh, keep no kisses for my cold dead brow, I am so lonely. Let me feel them now. When dreamless sleep is mine, I never more can need the tenderness for which tonight I plead. My wayworn spirit and my thorn-pierced feet the piteous pleadings of my lips repeat. Oh, shall I plead and plead with you in vain to bring love's sunlight to my soul again? Shall acts repented breed of undue haste lay all my stock of future pleasures waste? Bid me to draw a servile, galling chain, nor wish to murmur, nor murmur to complain? Will you deprive my hungry soul of love, nor leave one spark of happiness above? Oh, what base deed has these my fingers wrought, to wake a malice with each vengeance fraught? If I have sinned and disobeyed your laws, discarded fashion and despised applause, have I not suffered all a man can know, and drank the bitterest dregs of human woe? Think you my proud and haughty soul to cower with scorpion lashes of tempestuous power? Go scourge the ocean with my puny lash, or raise a mountain with a feather's crash. Why thus torment my swift declining age with useless torture of unreasoning rage? 'Twere best to sound the caverns of my soul, and learn the being whom you dare control. 'Twill teach you wisdom in a single hour, and rob your malice of its wasting power. For heaven has writ upon each poet's soul, deal gently with him and his all control. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Influence by Sam Law. Read for LibriVox.org by Kerry Adams, your book voice. Whene'er a noble deed is wrought, whene'er is spoke a noble thought, our hearts in glad surprise to higher levels rise. The sleeping purpose wakes in us, arousing power or genius, and from their exercise is born good enterprise. Honor to those whose words or deeds thus help us in our prison needs, and by their overflow raise us from what is low. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Perfect Peace by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Czandra. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace. Isaiah 26:3. Peace, perfect peace in this dark world of sin. The blood of Jesus whispers peace within. Peace, perfect peace for loved ones far away. In Jesus' keeping we are safe, and they. Peace, perfect peace, with sorrows surging round. On Jesus' bosom naught but calm is found. Peace, perfect peace, our future all unknown. Jesus we know, and he is on the throne. Peace, perfect peace, death shadowing us and ours. Jesus has vanquished death and all its powers. It is enough, earth's struggles soon shall cease, and Jesus calls to heaven's own perfect peace. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Be Lenient to the Errant One by George W. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by RileyH. Like phantoms weird of troubled dream, in they come, a ceaseless stream. The callow youth, the aged sire, to reap the fruit of Satan's hire. With pallid brow and rueful face, they view their garments of disgrace, and often eyes unused to weep. Unbidden tears will slowly creep. Be lenient with the blighted crowd. Some come perhaps to greet a shroud. Some perhaps will go outside and yet become a nation's pride. If by kindness you reclaim a single soul from crime and shame, God will reward the noble deed and aid you in the hour of need. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Last Night in the Dungeon by George W. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The darkness of Hades and a vile deathly smell is all that I feel stealing over my senses, as lingering alone in this cold dungeon cell, shut away from the world where heart's blood condenses. I feel 'tis too much for slight trivial offences. Shut away from the dear ones, the loved ones on earth, I suffer the torture that no man can tell, till he's taken away from fireside and hearth, and sees the sad visions of a dungeon cell. Then he feels that vile man can create a real hell. As I sit here alone, my head throbbing and aching, and listen to hear if the keeper is near, my thoughts they roam back to the little ones taking caresses so sweet from a mother so dear. Then I'm prompted to ask, do they think of me here? But when in my heart I feel a slight flutter, I know there is sympathy somewhere about. I then to myself do silently mutter, they have love for me still, and there is no doubt. Aye, love for me still, and this I've found out. Then down on the damp and cold stony floor, without either pillow or blanket or gown, I stretch my weak body right close to the door, and there in sweet sleep my vision to drown. Then when I awake, I'm not so cast down. There is nothing so sweet and perfectly soothing to one who is placed in a cold dungeon cell, as the thought that yet there are dear ones a-wooing the one who's imprisoned in a dark dreary dell. I muttered while sleeping, 'tis well, ah, 'tis well. Then, when I awoke and proceeded to think, cold, stiffened and hungry, with tongue parched from thirst, I seek but in vain for food and for drink, but bread and poor water, the same as at first. Ay, dry bread and bad water, the same as at first. Then my heart sank within me, so weak and so pale, as I gazed on the keeper of dungeon and jail, and begged for a drink of pure Adam's ale, as he held in his hand a full water pail. But the answer came back, your plea it must fail. Then, giving it up in pure desperation, I try to surpass the curse of damnation that springs to my lips ere I can but control the blood that is boiled by such torturing droll. Then I whisper, be still, someone loves this poor soul. Then, stayed by the love of those dear ones at home, I steady myself and go swimming alone. I brave the hard life of a dark dungeon cell, and I come out victorious, all perfect and well. Then I meet them again, and go home there to dwell. 'Tis well, ah, 'tis well. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hope by Sam Law. Read for LibriVox.org by Kerry Adams. Your book voice. The world may change from old to new, from new to old again, yet hope and heaven forever true within man's heart remain. The dreams that bless the weary soul, the struggle of the strong, are steps toward some happy goal, the story of Hope's song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Would They Know? By number 25700. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. If, amid these prison shadows, these pale lips should breathe their last, would my friends regret the summons and forgive my guilty past? Would they know the dire temptations I had met and nobly braved, ere the tears in guilty passion my pale cheeks in torrents laved? Would they know how oft and earnest I had pled before the throne for the place my crime made vacant in the bosom of my own? Would these hours of retribution prove sufficient for my sin? Would the gates of glory open to let this weary wanderer in? Hear, oh hear, from yonder heaven speaks the Lamb once crucified. Look up, sad one, never falter, for such sinners once I died. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Guilt's Queries and Truth's Replies by Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Mapstone. Guilt. Will the fountain of life, now bathed in tears, ebb and flow 10 weary years? Will the soul escape the horrible blight that stalks in prison's gruesome night? Truth. Trust, weary one, alone in me. Living or dead, thou shalt be free from prison blight and sin's alarms, while closely nestling in my arms. Guilt. Will the absent ones I love the best 'neath heaven's smile serenely rest? Will every branch of the family tree still bud and bloom till I am free? Truth. If they lean upon my breast, I will give thy loved ones rest. If death a single jewel steal, heaven its presence it shall reveal. Guilt. While prayers ascend from sacred fane, shall penitent tears be shed in vain? Will Christ descend to a prison cell, and deign in a convict heart to dwell? Truth. None will I spurn who pardon crave. I came on earth the lost to save. He loves the most whose debt is large. That soul is heaven's peculiar charge. Guilt. If ever again I shall be free, will the wreck of my life still haunted be? Will the much-loved friends in the days of yore spurn me from their open door? Truth. Those who bathe in Calvary's stream sin regard as a hideous dream. My children clothed in white by me a welcome meet where'er they be. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Letter from Home by number 24138. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090. I am far from the land where my loved ones are dwelling. Between rolls the sea with its billows and foam, yet my heart with fondest emotions is swelling as I read the dear letter they've sent me from home. For I fancy I see the brown cottage again, and the garden where sweetly the red roses blow. I kneel by a grave in the shade of the glen, where slumbers the dear one I lost long ago. And oft to my heart, when in solitude straying, fond memory recalls the bright days of yore, and I sigh for the fields where the children are playing. The hills and the valley I may never see more. Long years have I wandered alone and a stranger, and dark is the pathway o'er which I must roam. But I know there is one who can shield me from danger, and his blessing I ask on the dear ones at home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Reformer by Sam Law. Read for LibriVox.org by Kerry Adams, your book voice. All grim and soiled and brown with tan, I saw a strong one in his wrath, smiting the godless shrines of man along his path. I looked, aside the dust cloud rolled, the master seemed the builder too. Upspringing from the ruined old, I saw the new. Through prison walls like heaven-sent hope, fresh breezes blew and sunbeams strayed, and with the idle gallows rope the young child played. Where the doomed victim in his cell had counted o'er the weary hours, glad schoolgirls answering to the bell came crowned with flowers. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Reflections by Hiram Peck McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. How pleasant it is to be at home, surrounded by those we love. How sweet to list to words of cheer that softly fall on the listening ear like the notes of a cooing dove. How the soft caress of a loving hand can dry the eyes that weep. How the mind is eased and the pulses thrill as we feel the strength of a loving will that rocks our grief to sleep. How soft the hand has ever been when sickness laid us low. How its soft caress could summon rest and bring relief to the labouring breast and cool the fever's glow. How soft the light in love-lit eye that welcomes our safe return. How the tender kiss and warm embrace can soothe the pain of a late disgrace when fate has been too stern. God bless the home where love abides, 'tis the dearest spot on earth. Be it hovel or palace, or great or small, it holds man's hope, his joy, his all, and heaven gave it birth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Prisoner Released by Colonel H.C. Parsons. Read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. I could stand and look at the stars all night, where tides run in wreaths to the rivers and rills, where the sea breezes play with the wind from the hills, where by land and by sea man can go where he wills. I'm a free man again, and a free man of right. I could stand and look at the stars all night, For months that were years they have prisoned my stars. My silver-veiled Venus and red-hooded Mars were fettered and framed by the merciless bars that shaded their glory or shivered their light. I will stand and look at the stars all night. I will wait in the shadow and lee of the tower, till morning shall come with his magical power. Perhaps in the flame of that wonderful hour, the prison shall tremble and pass from my sight. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Prison Pains by Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Mapstone. Oh, to be heart-hungry, to feel that never again shall the heart pulsate with rapture to the music of love's strain. To feel all the senses stealing a grief for words too deep, and know the heart's best instincts are locked in fathomless sleep. To hear the piteous wailings that rise from an empty heart, while every breath is torture and every thought a dart. Oh, list to the wondrous music as it floats from the world above. There is balm for the broken-hearted, the gift of my Son is love. I, prayer to heaven ascending, though winged from a convict's cell, shall find in heaven a welcome no tongue can ever tell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Underdog by Barker, read for LibriVox.org by RileyH. I know that the world, the great big world, from the peasant up to the king, has a different tale from the tale I tell and a different song to sing. But for me, and I care not a single fig if they say I was wrong or I'm right, I shall always go in for the weaker dog, for the underdog in the fight. I know that the world, the great big world, will never a moment stop to see which dog may be in the fault, but will shout for the dog on top. But for me, I never shall pause to ask which dog may be in the right, for my own heart will beat, while it beats it all, for the underdog in the fight. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Kindness by Roth. Read for LibriVox.org. A kind word for the prisoner, a smile to cheer his heart, for he bears a grievous burden, though he bravely plays his part. From the world he hides his sorrows, stifles the groan of distress that struggles oft for utterance beneath his convict dress. The alert night watch could tell of the burning sighs they hear while making midnight rounds through corridors so drear. Then cheer his lot with kindness, e'en though he be depraved, if, wakened from his blindness, the worst one may be saved. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
There is No Death by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by LaurieB. There is no death. The feeble body slumbering seems but to waste and fade away. In future years that God is numbering, 'twill spring from slumber and decay, and clothed with beauty everlasting, with not a stain of earth to mar, 'twill voice a music more entrancing than anthem of the morning star. A thing of beauty is immortal. Each line once lost to mortal sight soars upward to heaven's august portal, glad to escape earth's cankering night. Earth's best and brightest cannot perish. Death is decreed alone to strife. The good we love and fondly cherish, God has endowed with endless life. Grieve not for those now calmly sleeping, rocked by the slow revolving earth. Angelic hosts around them sweeping shall wake them to an endless birth. In heaven above there is no seeming, God feeds immortal souls on bliss. On earth we linger, sadly dreaming, till death awakes us with a kiss. Then fear thee not death's friendly slumbers, guardian angels watch thy rest. Jehovah all thy days shall number, and do for thee whate'er is best. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dreams by H.P. McKnight, read for LibriVox.org by RileyH. Dreams are but glimpses of the power deep hidden in the human soul, that, like some enchanted flower, withers 'neath reason's stern control. They come not as invited guests to while away the tedious hours. Are they not lights from heaven sent to teach the soul its wondrous powers? And best they love to lead us back, or scenes to memory doubly dear. For those we waking love the most, in dreams will seem most near. While reason sleeps the soul awake, lives o'er each precious hour, and woos us with the gentle strain of pathos and of power. Dreams index to our waking thought, plans on which the heart is set, and he who heeds their warning voice has in life least to regret. In waking hours we sow the seed, in dreams we reap the grain. Sometimes the harvest all is joy, sometimes, alas, 'tis pain. What marvel then that sleep is sweet, if dreams bring bliss to view? Perhaps the afterglow of death will prove most dreams are not untrue. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Great O.P. by Hiram Peck McKnight, read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. Forward, march, the left foot first, the heel down mighty hard, your head erect and turned to the left as you slyly watch the guard. Tramp, tramp, 3 times each day, back and forth to our meals, while the fellow behind with his state brogan scrapes the skin off all our heels. The visitors in amaze at us gaze as we march gaily by. The ladies fair with many a stare will slyly say, "Oh my!" Some hayseed old with a chronic cold will suddenly say, "I swow! There goes the man! D'you see him, Anne? What took our brindle cow?" They say we are cut-throats and robbers, and would be worse if we could. But it's false, we're noble-hearted patriots, here for our country's good. And the honour came to us, you know, we didn't go to it. In other words, we're forced here to do our little bit. Uncle Sam's domain has been ransacked for men with blue-blooded veins, for we don't want any persons here with any mortal stains. We're all odd sons of Irish lords, or at least we'd like to be, but instead we're only cons, you know, doing time in the great O.P. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Coming In and Going Out by Car, read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. Coming into penal slavery, coming in from liberty, going out to joy and freedom, going out the world to see. Coming in, oh how unhappy, going out with many a doubt, endless stream of wretched mortals, coming in and going out. From the many charms of home life, from beneath the humble cot, to this penal institution, where the felon mortals brought, from some distant homes perhaps torn, because grim justice took a fit, coming in with sighs and sadness, and bondsman for his life or bit. Far his loving wife and children, while their eyes with tears are wet, though his family needs him daily, and there are bills that must be met. To this convict world about us, with its heartless woe and din, endless stream of restless mortals, adding to its load of sin. Time goes on so very slowly, though we try hard not to grieve, for the dear old family homestead, and for those we're forced to leave. Weary are we very often, weary when we try to win news of those who loved us dearly, ere we took this step in sin. Coming in, alas! to never see the outside world again. Some there are that have my pity, naught for them but toil and pain, doom life's golden hours to fritter, far from home and friends most dear. God's pity on the poor full-termer, coming in to die, we fear. Coming in to serve our sentence, going out we hope to cheer, coming in to do hard labour, going out to family dear, careless stream of wretched mortals, from all stations long life's route, hovel, mansion, and the hamlet, coming in and going out. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Soul Sculpture by Bishop Doane. Read for LibriVox.org. Sculptures of life are we as we stand, with our souls uncarved before us, waiting the hour when, at God's command, our life dream shall pass o'er us. If we carve it, then, on the yielding stone, with many a sharp incision, its heavenly beauty shall be our own, our lives the angel vision. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Weight and Immortality of Words by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Darkeith Lofton. Who knows how heavy his words may be, or watches when he has set them free? Their poising, their flight, their rise and fall, in the world of thought, we are careless all. We fathom our own, not another's mind, and are all nearsighted among our kind, while words of ours and words of theirs are meeting and wrestling unawares. Words are types of our moral trend, the blooms of our daily lives that lend to others the fragrance of what we are, the outward semblance that goes afar, the part of ourselves that is not our own, when set afloat in the vast unknown, the something we give to the moving wheels of the mighty force that grows and feels. No words are lost as they float away, on some life ever they rest and weigh, unbound in public or depths obscure, their immortality is secure. Deep in our hearts we often find words lips long closed have left behind. They live in the chambers of the brain, the source of endless joy or pain. Words may be soft as evening air, or fierce as sultry noonday's glare, but soft or fierce, be sure they rest a curse or blessing in someone's breast. How deep soever their meaning may lie, not every soul will pass them by. No anger, nor passion, nor malice so great, but a match 'twill meet in a world of hate. No love so deep, no word so kind, but lodges at last in a kindred mind. No thought so vast, nor high nor low, but a parallel meets in a world of woe. A heedless word a heart may break, a thoughtful one a fortune make. One hurl a soul in endless night, another lead to heaven's delight. One word may nerve a murderer's arm, another still a raging storm. One sow the seeds of endless strife, another sanctify a life. Our words outline the feeble tongue from which their outward being sprung, or, written on the stainless page, they live to bless or curse an age. How careful then ought we to be before we let such engines free? Once free, no power can call them back, nor human genius trace their track. We loose them mid the wide expanse, 'neath joyous spell or sorrow's trance. But if their fruitage all could know, we would not deem them half so low. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Which Loved Her Best by Hiram Peck McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Jack Ball. Two votaries of love's maddening dream, at twilight sat beside a stream, each painting scenes of future bliss, dependent on their darling's kiss. Both were young and both were fair, with noble hearts and manly air. And both were members of a band who bled to free his native land. Each was bound both heart and soul beneath fair Nellie's sweet control. yet they were friends, both true and tried, if such a lived, if such a died. Each loved her much, yet neither knew how well each loved her, nor how true. For each was dreaming of the hour that he would cull this priceless flower. At last Ned turned and gaily said, "Next Wednesday, I and Nellie wed. God knows I am the happiest man in all this joyous western land. I could not keep this back from you. That would be unjust and untrue. I feel whatever shall betide, that you will e'er defend my bride." Harvey turned aside his face, lest his friend should see some trace of the anguish and despair, the hopeless suffering mirrored there. Each word had sunk within his heart, like adder's tooth or poisoned dart. Joyful love and hope had fled, and left his withered heart stone dead. He raised his haggard face above, until an angel mother's love sent comfort to her suffering child, that made him calm and meek and mild. By memories of the tented field, where patriots died but dared not yield, he knew that Ned his arm had lent to stop steel for his bosom meant, and oft had watched beside his bed when others in dismay had fled. When he spoke, his voice was low and soft as rippling streamlets flow. "I wish you peace and joy, Ned. You deserve this queen to wed. I only crave in future life to serve you and your peerless wife." The loyal look in Harvey's eyes was to Ned a new surprise, and in a moment all was plain, his friend's devotion and his pain. They stood and wrung each other's hand to reinforce their friendship's band. Their hearts were full, their eyes were wet, yet who can such a scene regret? Their friendship stood the cruel test, and sank triumphant into rest. They parted but to meet again, where life was torture, memory pain. 1 year passed, and war had swept o'er the spot where these two wept, while they, with Meg's gallant band, were held by Santa Anna's hand. Beneath Satyr's gloomy walls, whose history's stoutest heart appalls, here base deeds were hourly wrought, with hell's intensest malice fraught. 200 patriots, true and tried, to Santa Anna's shame here died, simply because they leapt the wall and strove to go beyond recall. Ned and his comrades planned their flight, while careless sentries slept at night, and in safety reached the distant plain, where hope and life revived again. Across the arid plain they sped, half-clothed, half-starved, almost dead. Without a guide to lead them right, they toiled by day and prayed by night. The blistering soil bold cactus bred, till every toil-worn foot was bled, and one by one the hapless band fell prostrate on the glittering sand. Pursuing soldiers found them thus, and drove them to the truss, there to await the tortures grand that Santa Anna would command. 9 of 10 shall now be shot. Choose the guilty dogs by lot. This law, for ages now untold, has defied both fraud and gold. 9 black beans and 1 snow white were placed within a box at night. Each captive must draw one, blindfolded, ere the work begun. If white he lived, if black he died, thus were the Texas patriots tried. By sons of Gantymosin's race, man's caricature and heaven's disgrace. Harvey drew on a faultless white. Ned drew one as black as night. I'm lost. Oh, God, my wife, Ned gasped, as Harvey sprang his hand to clasp. Not so, he cried, your bean is white. See, mine is black. Thank God 'tis right. Ere Ned could draw a conscious breath, Harvey had met a hero's death. Which loved her best? The man who died? Or he who lived to cheer his bride? Please answer me, O heart awake. Such liberty I dare not take. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Storms of Life by Sam Law. Read by April 6090. The oak strikes deeper as his boughs by furious blasts are driven, so life's vicissitudes the more have fixed my heart in heaven. All gracious Lord, whate'er my lot in other times may be, I'll welcome still the heaviest grief that brings me near to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love's Victim by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by RileyH. She was no dainty city belle, half art and half deceit, and yet no fairer vision the human eye could greet. Not knew she of city life or fashion's changing art. Nature created her a belle and blessed her with a heart. Her eyes were large and soulful, her face divinely fair. Her form was lithe and graceful, and a golden dream her hair. Her voice was full of melody, each tone to listening ear seemed to awake such music as angels delight to hear. Beautiful, pure, and guileless, with the faith of a trusting child, she worshipped the God of nature with a spirit undefiled. She lived with honest parents in a home on the mountainside, where peace and plenty lingered, and love was true and tried. Parental duress was unknown, for love's restraints are mild. A mother's love and father's hope were centered in this child. The acknowledged belle of the mountain, she spurned the coquette's art, determining never to promise her hand without her heart. She could not love her suitors with the love a wife should give, and deemed it a sin without such love in wedlock's bonds to live. The idol of many a noble heart, none dared their suit to press. Thus they wound the gentle spirit that pitied but could not bless. Grateful for each friendly smile that o'er her face would beam, she reigned an empress absolute in each fond lover's dream. A petted child of fashion, the heir to boundless wealth, came one day among them to recruit his waning health. These hospitable mountain people welcomed the haggard boy and strove to make his visit one radiant scene of joy. They bade their darling daughter to be the stranger's guide and show him all the beauties of her loved mountainside. Together they scaled the mountains with many a merry shout. Together they garnered the flowers or angled the nimble trout. He spake of his home in the city, of the wealth he soon would own, promised to make Lenora his wife ere the summer days had flown. Lenora loved this stranger with a soul-absorbing love, and trembled 'neath his caresses as helpless as a dove. He was a master of the art that robs the halls of truth, to gain what passion courts, though it blast the hopes of youth. His honeyed words of flattery, uttered with seductive art, were music to the listening ear, and soon deceived the heart. Lenora confided in his worth, receiving each promise as truth. How could she doubt her only love in the trustful hours of youth? Assured of an early marriage, she yielded to him one day that priceless germ of innocence and fell to trust a prey. She hoped this sacrifice would gain her lover's every thought. This were a boon if death could buy, she deemed not dearly bought. Little she dreamed that fatal hour that love had sped the dart that stamped her as an outcast with a withered, broken heart. Eugene went to his city home, swearing to soon return and claim as wife the girl he knew his parents proud would spurn. Summer and autumn days passed by, and the winter's cold set in, yet the recreant lover came not to the child he taught to sin. A mother's ever watchful eye discovered her daughter's shame, heard her story with breaking heart, but uttered no word of blame. She knew her daughter's downfall was the fruit of love beguiled, but hated the heartless stranger who ruined her trusting child. God alone can measure the pain that child and mother felt, as locked in lingering embrace, in agony they knelt, and poured in heaven's listening ear their heart-destroying grief. And who so bold as to deny that heaven sent relief? The father learned his daughter's sin and drove her from his door. "Go," he said, "you guilty wretch, you are my child no more." Stung by these cruel, terrible words, she fled in wild affright, in search of the heartless lover, her fearful wrongs to right. She tracked the guilty miscreant down, and he, to save his name, hid her till her child was born in a house of doubtful fame. The world looked on the helpless child with cold, unpitying eye. The villain bade his dupe go home, repent of her sin and die. She heard, and from her glittering eye no tear of anguish sped. With dagger drawn she reached his side and struck the villain dead. With her babe she sought her father's door and pled with a piteous cry a shelter for her hapless babe while the storm was raging high. "Begone, you wretch," the father cried, "I curse the hour that gave birth to a wretch whose sin has laid my wife within the grave. My mother dead, and I still live? Ah, whither shall I fly? Oh, God, protect my hapless babe, and suffer me to die." The storm increased, she wandered on, almost till break of day, till weary, wet, and almost dead, she knelt in the path to pray. The sky was lit from end to end by the lightning's awful glare, and a falling tree pinned both to earth as they knelt in the act of prayer. They found them thus in the morning light, and the father's grief was wild. He tenderly looked on the touching scene, and at last forgave his child. They buried Lenora and her nameless babe close beside her mother's clay, and each one spake in kindly tones of the hapless ones that day. The arm that sent the dagger home was nerved by a brain dethroned. 'Tis Lenora's was an awful deed, but her terrible death atoned. Aye, let us hope the much wronged child has reached a home above, where babes can live who have no name, and 'tis not sin to love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Prisoner's Lamentation by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Laurie. A poor convict in his cell lay dying. He thought of home and loved ones dear. He asked his cellmate in a whisper, "Do you think the end is drawing near? If I should die before I see them, tell them how I long tonight to have my mother's blessed care, to leave this world of sin and strife." Oh, how he longed to see his mother and the cottage on the hill. "God bless them all," I heard him whisper, as with tears his eyes did fill. "Will they think of me, a prisoner, I, who was once their pride and joy, while I sleep in the churchyard yonder, will they think of their wayward boy? I know I've caused them lots of trouble in wild and reckless boyish day, but I hope that God will now forgive me when from this earth I'm called away. I know it broke my mother's heart when she heard of me, her wayward son, who 5 long years did serve in prison for a highway robbery he had done. Has sister Mim, who I used to play with in days of youth, forgotten me? If she has, I vow I cannot blame her, for I've caused her pain and shame, not glee. There's but one wish I now shall mention, that Mother's days may be days of joy, and when she asks for me in prison, speak mildly of her convict boy. Here, take this to my dear old mother. I know 'tis but a lock of hair, but it's all I've got to give her now. I know she'll treasure it with care. And when he handed me the keepsake, his spark of life had nearly fled. He clenched my hand and uttered, "Mother," and a poor convict there lay dead. May all young men now take fair warning from one who's had experience long. Guard strong against temptation's dawning. Cast off evil and do no wrong. In your younger days court good, shun evil. Be careful who you companions choose. When you make life start, then do not cavil. March manfully on to win, not lose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our Board of Managers by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Long have we lived in misery and woe. Long have we suffered from kindness cold as snow. Long has pernicious influence been kept, hovering around our misery, while in dungeons we have slept. Long have we suffered from want of human care. Long have we been bearded as the tiger in his lair. Long have we went hungry for want of proper food, and felt the sting of the master's lash as o'er our task we stood. As the dark and gloomy cloud that hovered o'er our past has been wafted off by humane hands, 'tis swept away at last. We now emerge from darkness into a welcome light, and live in brighter future hopes, a day made out of night. We hail you, noble, honest men, whose hearts beat 5 as one. Thus far in your prison work, your duty have you done. Eternal God will always right the brutal wrongs of man, and therefore he did send you here to do the best you can. A Cherrington for the chairman is a master stroke, you know, and a rose is always welcome, 'cause virtue he will sow. A Maconica, a Democrat frame, is a power behind the throne, while a Hoffman sent from Cleveland is a father to the home. A Muscroft from old Cincy is a rattler for the place. They all do join their hands and thoughts and duty bravely face, while a Macadow records their acts with a gentlemanly grace. They issue mandates right and left and order what is just. They raise poor, fallen, helpless man to a place of welcome trust. They seek to lead him on the way to a nobler, better life, and restore him to his children and his broken-hearted wife. Their coffin always sits close by to lend a helping hand, and faithfully their trust does keep a leader of their band. Well they know the awful fruitage of each harsh and brutal plan is to rouse the lurking tiger in the breast of erring man. Now they rule whose every impulse ripened by enlightened thought, and it leads to many actions that with highest good is fraught. and they use with great discretion measures that are just and kind, hoping to reform the erring through the agency of mind. They have learned the useful lesson taught men from the power above, that the greatest force in nature is the power of inspired love. They have learned that rank dissension from all evil nature flows, and they deem that man the greatest who can ease most mortal woes. Let us ever sing in chanting of our now official core, as they lift us from dark ruin, as it has been heretofore. See the clouds so lately darkening o'er the prisoner's gloomy past, mercy's hand is fast dispelling, reason takes the reins at last. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Tribute to Assistant Deputy Warden L.H. Wells by G. W. Van Ways. Read for LibriVox.org by Helen Cole. Comrade, may the God of heaven ease the maddening pain that has swept across your bosom since your son was slain. Think not of him as a mortal, mouldering into dust. God too loved him, and my comrade, he betrays no trust. You shall see him when the morning breaks above the night of death, and your parting, O my comrade, will but seem a passing breath. Well I know the awful pressure grief exerts upon the soul, but I know it will but whiten what it can't control. You have met on field of battle with many a gallant foe, and with patriotism burning, gave them blow for blow. You have fought till every rebel bent the suppliant knee, and the land you loved and cherished once again was free. You despise no gallant fellow who once wore the blue, when it costs both blood and treasure if a man was true. You forgive the trivial errors of that noble band, and you meet a loyal comrade with extended hand. You have friends in every station where your worth is known, and you have showered acts of kindness that but few have known. Since your advent in this prison, you have daily won hearts that ever will remember acts of kindness nobly done. Comrade, time is passing swiftly, and Jehovah his reveille soon will sound upon the hilltops of a vast eternity. May we gather with our comrades on that ever beautiful shore, and, like conquering heroes, listen to heaven's plaudits evermore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
One and a Few by 21069. Read for LibriVox.org by Jacqueline Tyler. Of all the pet pleasures so pleasing to man in his present degenerate state, I doubt if there's any can make him so glad as the one I'm about to relate. While here he's confined, he's troubled in mind, with his 15 or 20 to do. And he longs for the day when he boldly can say, I've only got one and a few. Then keep a strong heart, with courage don't part, but manfully fight your way through. Be it 5 or at 10 or twice that again, 'twill come down to one and a few. How often at night, when I sit in my cell, after working quite hard all the day, my memory goes back to the time that I fell for the bit which I now have to stay. And sometimes I own, while sitting alone, I feel sad and disconsolate too. But it makes me feel gay when I think I can say I've only got one and a few. Oh, many's a home that's cheerless tonight, and many's the mother feels drear. When she thinks of the one far away from her sight, it causes her many a tear. Though others may cleave to her, you are the same. Misfortune but makes her more true. She may now be quite sad, but won't she feel glad when you've only got one and a few? Then don't be discouraged, no matter how long in this prison you may have to stay. You know that to worry and fret is quite wrong. Far better drive dull care away. Old Time is the boy, your bit to destroy, as he jogs along contented and true. And so in the end you'll find he's the friend that brought you to one and a few. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Midnight Musings by Hiram Peck McKnight, read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. 'Tis midnight, the sentry's muffled tread is heard within these walls. As silent as the living dead, he makes his regular calls. I try to sleep, but all in vain. I try to close, I weep. I hear that muffled tread again, the sentries on me peep. I hear a voice so clear and plain, it calls to me aloud. It calls to me again, again, that voice comes from a shroud. Hist, hist, vile heart, be still, no fear. My angel sister's voice I hear. It speaks to me in accents clear, and bids me shun a vile career. She bids me meet her once again, and live in heaven's fairest clime, nor shall her pleading be in vain. Resolved, I'll do no crime. Oh, could I feel her warm embrace, as when in days of old I gazed into her angel face, it gave happiness untold. Oh, let me live my boyhood days, as in the time gone by, and let me consecrate her ways, when for this boy she'd cry. But hist again, the muffled tread comes gliding, silent as the dead, along the beat within these walls. Hark, hark, again, dear sister calls. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Query by Morse. Read for LibriVox.org. When the long weary days are over and the front gates open to you, are you again to be a wild rover? What are you going to do? Have you plans or dreams for the future? Have the days any brightness for you? Will you be a poor, homeless creature? What are you going to do? Should your old-time friends forsake you, those who were strong and true, and leave you helpless, homeless, what are you going to do? But you have one friend who is faithful, who is always kind and true. Read his word and study his gospel. He'll tell you what to do. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Stray Thoughts by Hiram Peck McKnight, read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. In the fathomless depths of the mighty deep, what wonders live, what mysteries sleep, what mind can name the sightless things that live in the ocean's hidden springs, where treasures heaped on treasures lie, forever secure from the human eye, where creatures sport that God alone can know their joy or hear their moan. Who knows but the bride of the Dublin Bay may walk in the ocean's depths today, arm in arm with her own dear Roy, in the conscious flush of honeymoon joy? Who knows but the hearts that sadly yearned for the gallant ship that never returned, have met in the ocean's unknown bed, the loved, though lost, we all thought dead. Science has proved the human frame is water and salt by another name. Hydrography yet may teach mankind the open door of heaven to find. Davy Jones's locker may prove to be instinct with life, by death set free. Knew we the tongue of the deep sea shell, what wondrous news its notes might tell! The myriad stars in yonder skies may be the beams of death-freed eyes that watch us from an unknown shore, still faithful to the vows of yore. The vaulted blue of heaven may be the looking-glass of the mighty sea, where deathless souls their vigils keep o'er fast decaying worlds asleep. Atlantis, the fabled city of old, whose gates inspired poets behold, may now be resting beneath the wave, triumphant o'er a watery grave. Its pearly gates and glittering spires arouse the poet's mad desires. He sees and sings in tongues unknown the mysteries by the Muses shown. Conducted by a Sibyl fair, he penetrates each demon lair, and pictures hell in golden speech, beyond imagination's reach. To highest heaven his thought has flown, and measured and admired the throne, made angels bow beneath his rod, and dared to mould the mind of God. Who knows but legends the Muses tell are truths encased in a mighty dream? Who knows but the angels of earth and air are the beautiful nymphs beside each stream? Each singing bird and nodding flower may be imbued with potent power, and stars an influence too may wield, and bless or curse our natal hour. Who knows but what we call a brute is with immortal reason blessed? Who knows man is alone divine, and destined to immortal rest? Theorize and reason as we may, how little we can really know. We only learn to live, then die, and who may say to what we go? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Judge not, lest ye be judged, by Sam Law, read for LibriVox.org by Kerry Adams, your book voice. Art thou so good, so free from sin, that thou shouldst judge thy fellow men? Look well to self before the stone, aimed at thy brother's faults, be thrown. Behold in thee a Pharisee. If thou art not so low, perchance thou art only so from circumstance. Perhaps if tempted thou wouldst fall, thy nature sinful after all. Thou knowest not, most righteous scribe, the struggles, trials, patience tried, the battles fought, the victories gained, the bleeding heart, the soul tear-stained. More human be, have charity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Convict's Prayer by 21269. Read for LibriVox.org by mleigh. At midnight, in a prison cell, on bended knee the convict fell, and poured in heaven's listening ear a prayer for those he held most dear. O God, defend my absent wife, whose breaking heart and blighted life spring not from conscious guilt within, but from a reckless husband's sin. Spare her, indulgent heaven, the blow that oft has laid an angel low. Still may her ever angel face reflect the presence of thy grace. Be it well pleasing in thy sight that she may rear my babes aright, and teach them in the bloom of youth the laws of kindness and of truth. Help me discharge on every hand the duties right and law demand, and may I live to dwell once more honored among the friends of yore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wine versus Water by Hiram Peck McKnight, read for LibriVox by Laura Judith Bobrow. There stood 2 glasses filled to the brim on a rich man's table, rim to rim. One was ruddy and red as blood, and one as clear as the crystal flood. Said the glass of wine to the paler brother, let us tell the tales of the past to each other. I can tell of banquet, revel, and mirth, and the proudest and grandest souls on earth fell under my touch as though struck by blight, where I was a king, for I ruled in night. From the heads of kings I have torn the crown. From the heights of fame I have hurled men down. I have blasted many an honored name. I have taken virtue and given shame. I have tempted youth with a sip, a taste that has made his future a barren waste. Far greater than a king am I, or than any army beneath the sky. I have made the arm of the driver fail, and sent the train from the iron rail. I have made good ships go down at sea, and the shrieks of the lost were sweet to me, for they said, "Behold how great you be." Fame, strength, wealth, genius before me fall, for my might and power are over all. Ho, ho, pale brother, laughed the wine. Can you boast of deeds so great as mine? The waters said proudly, I cannot boast of a king dethroned or a murdered host, but I can tell of a heart once sad by my crystal drops made light and glad, of thirsts I've quenched, of brows I've laved, of hands I've cooled and souls I've saved. I've leaped through the valley, dashed down the mountain, formed beautiful rivers and played in fountain, slept in the sunshine and dropped from the sky, and everywhere gladdened the landscape and I. I've eased the hot forehead of fever and pain. I've made the parched meadows grow fertile with grain. I can tell of the powerful wheel of the mill that ground out flour and turned at my will. I can tell of manhood debased by you, that I lifted up and crowned anew. I cheer, I help, I strengthen and aid, I gladden the heart of man and maid. I set your close-chained captive free, and all are better for knowing me. These are the tales they told each other, the glass of wine and its paler brother, as they sat together, filled to the brim on the rich man's table, rim to rim. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Fall of Sodom by Hiram Peck McKnight, read for LibriVox by Laura Judith Barbro. Thou sin-cursed city of the stricken plain, whose heinous lust all after time shall shame. 'Twas thine to rouse Jehovah's awful ire, and test the strength of heaven's revengeful fire. Thy senseless lust and crime had spread till virtue, hope, and shame had fled. Degraded youth and tottering age could not appease thy senseless rage. Thy lecherous sons that roamed at night were human only to the sight. Their motto was hell's direst fruit, debase the man, exalt the brute. One man alone, of all thy teeming millions, sate and pondered on thy sin with deathless hate. His righteous soul was vexed from day to day, and strove in vain to turn you from your way. He dwelt among you as a child of God, and in the path of honored wedlock trod. You, dead to nature and to nature's voice, spurned woman and made man your choice, and desecrated, with your impious lust, the masterpiece God had formed from dust, till woman, shorn of all her natural power, was cast aside like some discarded flower, and stormed insulted heaven with hourly cry, till God beheld you with his searching eye, and sent his angels in avenging haste your sin to punish and your land to waste. The son of Haran met these at the gate, and begged them at his frugal board to wait. At first refused, they after turn aside, and 'neath a righteous roof content to bide. They share his food, and list with eager ear, as Lot recounts each nightly scene of fear, when lust runs riot in the open streets, and man with man in strange communion meets. The men of Sodom learn with kindling eye the stranger's presence, and in haste draw nigh. Men, young and old, with equal ardor burn, and with unholy lust toward these strangers yearn. They call the patriarch with an angry shout, and bid him bring the hallowed strangers out, that they may satisfy their lawless lust and trample decency in sinful dust. He, taught from infancy in Mosaic law, regarded heaven's high ruler still with awe, and shuddered with indignant fear as these vile shouts assailed his ear. He left his house and closed the door behind, and to the rabble thus he eased his mind. Ye men of Sodom, once in life do right, nor do this wickedness in heaven's sight. 2 virgin daughters 'neath my roof reside, till now a father's care and mother's pride. Take them, and do whatever you deem right, but lay no impious hand upon my guests tonight. The laws of hospitality by Moses taught harms not a stranger whom our roof has sought. They know the law, who now reside within, and with horror view your awful sin. Ye men of Sodom, who this stranger gave the right to judge us, and our will to brave? We kindly took a homeless wanderer in, and dare he brand our greatest pleasure sin? Shall empty words defy our proud behest, or useless offering prevent our guest? 10,000 noes will pierce his dastard breast, and treat him tenfold worse than all the rest. Thus spake their leader, and with angry roar the o'erwrought friends assailed the door. Lot, backward hurled, could hardly stand, till snatched within by angel hand. The maddened crowd no longer wait, but headlong rush to meet their fate. The ready angels rise, with godlike mind, and strike the guilty wretches blind. In vain they strive to reach and force the door. Their useless orbs are blasted evermore. Go seek thy children, Lot, in eager haste, and bid them not a precious moment waste. God will destroy this sin-accursed place, and wipe from earth its faintest trace. Lot, thus commanded, found each one that night, and faithfully portrayed their awful plight. But he to them seemed as a man that mocked, and left them sorely grieved and doubly shocked. The morn arose, the angel cautioned Lot to wife and daughters take, and tarry not. And as they lingered, took them by the hand, and led them from the endangered land. Flee to the mountains, and no hindrance brook, nor backward turn a long admiring look. The wretch who dares this mandate to defy shall 'neath Jehovah's hand in torture die. This stern command was heard by trembling Lot with deep repugnance, for it pleased him not. Nay, nay, my lord, but if before thy face thy trembling servant dares to plead for grace, Command me that I now may turn aside, and in your little city safe reside. Thus may I keep my soul alive this day, nor after fall to mountain beasts of prey. The heavenly strangers with an august nod agreed to lift from Zor Jehovah's rod. The rescued quartet Zor would bend, while hope and fear alternate tend. With mean majestic, yes, with hasty tread, their trembling flight their aged father led. Next came the virgins, able scarce to stand, and followed by their mother, last of all the band. She yet to Sodom and its idols clave, and dared Jehovah's awful wrath to brave. One look she sought, her weary journey to beguile, and in a moment stood transfixed, a salty pile. The more obedient trio onward fly, until the opening gates of Zoar greet the eye. Now with full hearts they reach the calm retreat, and cordial welcome from King Bela meet. End of first canto. The Fall of Sodom, Canto Second. From Bera's palace and from Sodom's shrine 1,000 scintillating rays of beauty shine. The gorgeous parapets of beaten burnished gold enlightened fancy can with awe behold. Those marble walls of rainbow tinted hue please and instruct, and yet astound the view. Each curve of beauty and each line of grace relates some annal of the ancient place. Upon these sculptured walls each sodomite may trace the birthplace and the lineage of his entire race. He here may read, in many a flowing line, the maiden efforts of the tuneful nine, who first appeared and strung the quivering lyre. When new created stars their maker's praise aspire, theirs is the music of the quick revolving spheres, and theirs the power to bathe the world in tears. They paint in colors dipped in liquid truth, the brow of beauty and the lip of youth. Thought, tame in prose, in their enchanting line, is dressed in beauty and is half divine. They wing love's arrows with consummate art, and make the melting music of the heart. Youth they instruct, and tottering age sustain. Virtue exalt, and hideous voice restrain. Inside this palace, life is but a dream of beauty, flowing in a constant stream. Here silken curtains hang on wires of gold, and zephyr satin, whose capacious fold 10,000 giddy turns and windings take the secret chambers of the place to make. Each article of comfort man can know with priceless gems and flashing colors glow. Each drinking vessel is a solid gem. Each odorous flower grows on a parent stem. Birds of bright plumage raise their tuneful note and scatter scents ambrosial as they float. The crystal fountains generous wine dispense, and food delicious satisfies the sense. The air is balmy as the breath of spring, and every atom is a beauteous thing. One thing alone this mighty place appalls. No woman dwells within these sculptured walls. Here man with man in lustful caprice plays, and heaven's righteous mandate disobeys, sinks through his lust. Below, the groveling beast who to the female makes his amorous suit. Within those walls are stores of untold wealth, secured by carnage and by midnight stealth. Beneath each divan and each downy couch, the smoldering fires of retribution crouch. Each glittering tankard and each costly plate reflects the fierceness of each pending fate. The quenchless torches of Jehovah's wrath is earthward tending in a destined path. The brilliant sun of light, the mighty sire, seems bathed in blood, and heaven's all afire. From pole to pole the livid lightnings flash, till all creation trembles neath the crash, and earthward still the melting heavens bend, while blinding floods of hissing flames descend, and seas of lava with three mighty bounds the now doomed city and the plain surrounds. Now, inward flowing, rolls the mighty tide, on whose dread billows death alone can ride, and upward rising with tremendous sweep, its molten billows awful union keep, with floods descending from the flaming sky, and Sodom knows her hour has come to die. Her frightened millions in a circle band, and view approaching death on every hand. Around them rolls a sea of fire, above them flames the torch of heaven's ire, while hissing lava in descending rain creates new horror and gives birth to pain. Each gorgeous palace and each mart of trade is buried for their wickedness and in ashes laid. In vain they call their idols name by name. Their garments all are wrapped in living flame, their quivering bodies tortured to the bone, their parched lips in vain essay a moan, their eyes still pleading with each bated breath, not for forgiveness, but for instant death. The circling oceans, with resounding roar, meet and commingle, and the scene is o'er. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tribute to the Wolf Sisters by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichole Didio. Music, the sweetest all-inspiring gift of God, is ever welcome to the prisoner's ear. There's nothing makes me feel half so well as music of the heart when sung with cheer. Here, in this prison, as I sit and pore over the past and present of my life, my heart sings ever o'er and o'er the darkest bitterness of a prisoner's strife. But hark! In yonder chapel shrine I hear sweet music as of yore. I ask, what music is that sounds so fine? The answer comes, the wolves are at the door. I hasten, then, to bring my prison garb, and toilet try to fix as best I can, and then unto the chapel wend my way, when there upon the rostrum stand 5 of the sweetest singers of our day. There's Amy Wolf, who changed her name to Brooks. She leads her choir without the aid of books. She sings with voice so sweet and delicate that to her first soprano I dedicate. Next, Minnie S., at the age of 23, sings like a lark and busy as a bee, carefully guarding that no mistakes are made, and handles her bewitching voice with harmony well stayed. Then sang the sweet Zerato F. with baritone most clear, who at the age of 20 delights to bring us cheer. It seems as if her heart and soul were bent on doing right, and when she sang so sweet, oh, it was out of sight. The next I saw was Lyda M., with scarlet cheeks aglow. She sings with voice most charming, a clear and sweet alto. She's next the younger of them all, because she's just 18. She captivates the heart of man. What a fairy little queen. Then, last, not least, the little one, that is, Miss Kitty C. She just so busy when she sings like she's a honey bee. Her eyes are clear as crystal, her locks are flowing gold. She sings soprano quite as fine as any I have told. I sat down in an empty seat close by the outside door and listened to such warbling as I never heard before. Their voices drowned all sorrow and gushed forth many a tear. Not for horror that I felt, it brought me real good cheer. They drove away the pain of woe that none but prisoners smart. They sang the ever-blessed song, true music of the heart. We doff our striped caps to you, O girls of sweetest song, and may we bid you be our friends and return again ere long. Adieu, adieu, our lady friends. Do not now say farewell, because we wish you all return with song too sweet to tell. Come back again, and sing some lovely Sabbath day. For your presence here to sing good cheer, we all will ever pray. And now unto the aged wolves, please let me say one word. Your home must be a palace filled with serenic good. Proud may you feel, and justly too, of these 5 daughters fair, and great the good they've done for us while in this prison lair. There's but one wish that emanates from a prisoner's wicked heart, that is to say, without delay, may heaven take their part, and to them bring eternal joy that'll pierce them like a dart. Each song they sing is welcome here, a masterpiece of art. And now, to part we sadly must, while I'm immersed in prison dust, but hoping too 'twill not be long ere you return with sweetest song. Adieu, adieu. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Prisoners by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by RileyH. God, pity the wretched prisoners in their lonely cells today. Whatever the sins that trip them, God, pity them still, I say. Only a strip of sunshine cleft by rusty bars, only a patch of azure, only a cluster of stars. Once they were little children, and perhaps their wayward feet were led by a gentle mother toward the golden street. Therefore, if in life's forest they since have lost their way, whatever the sins that trip them, God pity them still, I say. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Letters by Geo W. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichole Dio. I wrote a letter while jealous rage in my bosom reigned supreme. The words were fraught with anger and a loathsome disesteem. They fell on the pure white paper and marred its stainless page, yet eased my maddened spirit and appeased my senseless rage. I gloatingly thought of the dumb despair that letter would surely give to one who had broken her faithful vows in a way I could never forgive. I doubted not the perfect truth of all I heard them say. She, like other girls, was false, while her lover was away. I knew! She vowed she would be true, while life itself would last, yet thought that she, like others, too soon forgot the past. I hastily sealed the cruel note and placed it next my heart, determined upon the morrow to give it an early start. I threw myself upon the couch and sought for sweet repose, and in my restless slumbers a vision then arose. I saw in that terrible vision a woman whose eager face beamed with yearning, restless love as her trembling fingers traced a message of love and tenderness to her loved one far away, as her pure lips quietly murmured, "God grant we must some day." She sealed her letter with dainty hands and laid it by with tender care, then humbly kneeled beside her bed and poured her soul in prayer. She prayed for her impassioned lover in a warm, impassioned strain that proved her heart both warm and true and free from guilt or stain. She arose from her kneeling posture to answer call at her door. She smiled as she saw the letter the hand of the servant bore. One glance she gave, then burst the seal with trembling, eager haste, and rapidly heard the cruel words my reckless hand had traced. Her lovely face turned deathly pale as she wildly clutched the air. She tottered and fell, a senseless heap, a prey to dumb despair. So still she lay, I deemed her dead, and sprang to raise her in my arms. I loved her with the old wild love, and bowed to her peerless charms. "Speak, darling, speak," I wildly cried. "Pray come back from the voiceless shore. I cannot, dare not live an hour unless I hear your voice once more." She opened wide her lovely eyes and cast on me one lingering glance, so full of injured innocence it smote me like a lance. I seized the heartless letter, cursed cause of all my shame, and with one imprecation consigned it to the flame. She watched me with a languid smile and pointed to her heart. "You have destroyed the proof," she said, "but can you ease the smart? I have been true to all my vows, heaven judge me if I lie, but since you deem me to be false, go, leave me here to die." At last I woke and quickly drew the accursed sheet from my breast, burning it with a ready hand, and gently sank to rest. I wrote another whose tender words were soft as the ripple of a stream, and thought what a contrast it would be to the letter she read in my dream. And my darling greatly wonders why my letters with tenderness teem, since I have never told her of the letter she read in my dream. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Prayer for Justice by Hiram Peck McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by April Hendry. O God in heaven up on high, how long this cruel strife? Must I but perish in this den, to end this wretched life? Is there no justice here on earth? Must truth remain crushed down, and vile and wicked, cruel man forever look and frown? Is there no power to bring to light the truth of my offence? Must perjury and bribery prevail forever hence? Can enemies, vile, cruel things, twist truth all out of shape, and cause one who's not guilty to morally wear death's crape? O God, is there no remedy for earthly subjects thus to be relieved from wretched pain without this earthly fuss? O God, to thee we call for help. Wilt thou but listen, hear? Look down upon me as I be. My innocence thou'lt surely see. These shackles, bolts, and prison bars, the heavy locks and massive key. Hear, O God, O hear my prayer, and set this captive free. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Birthday Musings by Geo W. read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. Just 60 years ago today, mine eyes first saw the light. Now age, with ever onward tread, presages coming night. Ah, is it night, or shall it be that morning's light shall break, and from my soul such music bring as earth could never wake? Where are the friends of early years? Sleep they to wake no more? Or did they walk with joyful tread heaven's ever radiant shore? If death is but oblivion's gate, why younger grows the soul with years? Whose are the faces that we see when melts the heart in tears? Oh, whence the strains the soul can hear when all is hushed in sleep, and none save God and angels near when souls their vigils keep? Is all religion but a myth? Are all our hopes in vain? Is heaven affectionate's child, born of disordered brain? Tell me not such bolts and bars can keep me from the skies. I'd sooner deem yon blushing rose a satyr in disguise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Tribute to the Wolf Sisters by George W. H. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Come, O come ye radiant sisters, heaven-honored, tuneful nine. Smooth my ever rugged numbers, and inspire my drooping line. aid my muse to tell the story never breathed to mortal ear, how this sweet angelic chorus happens to be lingering near. In yon fair and blissful Eden, far beyond the faintest star, once the guardian angel slumbered, leaving heaven's gates ajar, and 5 wandering seraphs wandered in their rapid noiseless flight, through gates whose vaulted arches echoed paeans of delight. Quick as thought their tireless pinions clave the unresisting air, till they reached the 5 wolf sisters, maids of form and features fair, and within these hearts they lingered, tuning every chord to song, till the pathos of their music stilled the ever restless throng. Earth and heaven stood astonished, and Jehovah's love decreed, "Let them stay, such strange seraphic mortal beings can but heed." Have you heard their wondrous music? Have you felt their sweet control? If not, friend, you've scarcely sounded half the mysteries of your soul. Amy, soul enrapturing artist, sweetly sounds the soft prelude, and beneath her skilful fingers every note, with life imbued, stills the throng whose very silence is an encore loud and deep, and each thought save that of music is forgotten or asleep. Catherine's rich and full soprano, like the autumn's mellow morn, wakes the slumbering soul to action like the practised huntsman's horn. Mamie's soft melodious voice nobly takes the second part, and the pathos of her music captivates the raptured heart. Lyda's faultless second alto deepens all the noble strain, till the mind forgets its madness, and the heart rejects in pain. Then Zorado's matchless voice sweeps the soul along, till we know that perfect music can be breathed in earthly song. Hear, oh hear the melting music pouring from each heaving breast, how it wakes the heart to rapture, how it soothes the soul to rest. When they sing, such lovely visions seem to rise and grandly float, like the poet's airy mansions, on the wave of each full note. Silvery daybreaks brighten slow, sunsets blush on mountain snow, moonlight shivers on the open sea, autumn burns in bush and tree, blowing willows bend and sigh, whispering rivers wander by, through the pines sweep sea tones soft, sailing birds shout loud aloft, strange notes beat the lambent air, visions float divinely fair. Vanished faces come and go, silenced voices murmur low, gentlest memories come and cling as we listen and they sing. Oh, repeat the music's tale, love shall perish not nor fail. We forget the fear of death, breathe in thought immortal breath. We believe in broadening truth, trust the generous creeds of youth, feel consoling hopes that climb up to some triumphant clime, and sweet dreams of splendor bring as we listen and they sing. Walls of rock and bars of steel we can neither see nor feel. We forget our dire disgrace, disregard both time and place, bid all angry passions sleep, and profoundest silence keep. Hoard the trembling notes that fall like an angel's mother's call, rise above our low estate and forget the wrongs of fate. We forgive our mortal foes, source of all our many woes, and penance itself loses half its sting as we listen and they sing. May the God of love and truth give them all the joys of youth. May the raptures they impart ever thrill each noble heart. May their ministry of love lead all erring ones above. May wealth, happiness, and joy all their waiting hours employ. Be their cares both light and few, and their pleasures ever new, and their lives one dream of ease till their ship comes o'er the seas. Let fate oft their presence bring, and we'll listen while they sing. Gentle sisters, take this tribute poured from imprisoned hearts. You have eased their maddening torture, you have stayed the cruel darts that remorse and shame have driven deep within each captive soul. Suffer them your names to graven on fond memory's deathless scroll. Be assured your seeds of kindness shall not fall on stony ground. Many of your willing converts have both peace and pardon found. And when all your work is ended, you in heaven shall fondly greet some whose hearts were first enlightened by your anthems clear and sweet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To a Departed Idol by Geo W. Vaxways. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichole Didio. Thou art not dead. Thou art not gone to dust. No line of all thy loveliness shall fall to formless ruin. Smote by time and thrust into the solemn gulf that covers all, thou canst not perish, though the sod sink with its violets closer to thy breast, though by the feet of generations trod the lodestone crumbles from thy place of rest. The marvel of thy beauty cannot die, the sweetness of thy presence shall not fade. Earth gave not all the glory of thine eye, death cannot smite what earth ne'er made. It was not thine, that marble forehead pale and cold, nor those dumb lips they laid beneath the snow. Thy heart would throb beneath that passive fold. Thy hands, for me, that stony clasp forgo, but thou hast gone. Gone from this dreary land, gone from the storms let loose on every hill, lured by the sweet persuasion of a band that leads thee somewhere in the distance still. Whate'er thou art, I know thou wearest yet the same bewitching beauty, sanctified by calmer joy, and touched with soft regret for him who seeks but cannot reach thy side. I keep for thee the living love of old, and seek thy place in nature, as a child whose hand is parted from its playmate's hold wanders and cries along a lonesome wild. When, in the watches of my heart, I hear the messages of purer life and know the footsteps of thy spirit lingering near, life's darkness hides the way I fain would go. Canst thou not bid the empty realms restore that form, the symbol of thy heavenly part? Or in the barren fields of silence pour that voice, the perfect music of thy heart? Oh, once, bending to my warm and eager lips, take back the tender warmth of life from me, or let thy kisses cloud with soft eclipse the light of mine and give me death with thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Acrostic to Warden and Mrs. E.G. Coffin by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Elijah of old ancient times was a man of many, many minds. Long did he live in noble deeds, in dealing comfort to men's needs. In these our modern modest days, all men have greatly changed their ways. Jehovah's laws do not control the wickedness of every soul. All those who know as well as I, while on this earth will not decry he who will bad men reform, hail Coffin, who for us was born. Godfrey is his second name, and now he reaps most enviable fame. Our watchword is both day and nights, while o'er him floats the stars and stripes. Do unto us as you would choose, that others do to you and yours. Faithful to her lifelong trust, a wife, a mother, true and just, resolves to help both maid and man, and lend an ever-helping hand. Each day and night they toil and pray for boys and girls to mend their way. Yet they do not toil all in vain, for the great good done the human train. Coffin is a word some shun, for it takes man when on earth he's done. Out to the churchyard laid in clay, for ages sanctioned such a way. For us poor sinners here in hell, a coffin sent makes us feel well. For often he does ease the pains we feel in both our hearts and brains. In endless joy may they have peace, for kindness they have done to us. Not one of us, though cursed with sin, will e'er forget our friend's coffin. Canto 2nd. Last but not least. Mistress she is of the coffin shrine, and so it's been for years of time. In holy wedlock girls and boys have been the idols of their joys. She bids her lord Elijah bide, a faithful servant by her side, to aid her with a helping hand, to raise poor wretched fallen man. Real sympathy for the prisoner's woe, she seeds of comfort tries to sow, ere long before it is too late, to save poor sinner from his fate. She cookies make with pearls all set, and puts them in Elijah's hat. She then does send him on his way, while for the prisoner she does pray. Mary silently did keep the watch o'er Christ while he did sleep. All her protégé she will save, if her Lord will help her brave roaring storms of vice and ire, kindled by a vengeful fire. You may guess for all the rest, let me say she'll do her best. Coffins, to you let us turn, and all crime for ever spurn. Only aid us in this strife, to fight manfully for life. Father Elijah, Mother Mary, for our welfare do not tarry. Fear you not, for the good you've done has saved many a fallen one. In our hearts we oft despair, as we linger in this lair. Not for long, though, when we've seen Father Elijah and Mary his queen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Prison Vision by George W. H. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. 'Tis midnight in these prison walls, and even the sentry's muffled tread sepulchral sounds as if he trod the silent confines of the dead. In vain I close my weary eyes. I cannot sleep tonight. I hear an angel's rustling wings, fresh from the realms of light. A sacred presence haunts the air, a messenger from heaven's own land. And memory awakes again, touched by an angel's wand. I seem to hear, deep in my soul, the music of a heavenly choir, while each pulsation of my heart awakes in me the old desire to see once more that lovely form death vanished in my arms, to hear again her melting voice and revel in her charms, to feel the tender soft caress of a loved though vanished hand, and hear from her departed lips the mysteries of that land that lies beyond time's rugged shore, to all unknown save those whom angels capture for the skies at life's uncertain close. I muse again with loving thought of a sinless wife long dead, and live again our buried past by an angel presence led. I view again the pleasing scene of a schoolhouse on the hill, where happy scholars daily met, whose law was the teacher's will. I see again the old armchair where the master daily sat, with watchful eye and helpful hand, yet sleepless as a cat. I hear again the sleepless hum of voices low and sweet, of students poring o'er the books with wisdom's germs replete. Amid that happy, guileless throng there was one peerless face that held in the Master's tender heart an undisputed place. It was a face, O God, how fair! No words can ever paint. More fit for heaven than for earth, it bore the contour of a saint. The brow was high and broad and white, with a radiance all its own. The cheeks, like lilies dipped in blood, were oft as a rose full blown. Eyebrows, dark and delicately arched, were penciled in nature's play. The ruby ripeness of her lips seemed never to melt away. Her lustrous eyes, whose depths were brown yet seemed a darker hue, were windows of a spotless soul that scorned to be untrue. Abundant tresses of dark brown hair that almost swept the ground enveloped as chaste and lovely form as e'er on earth was found. A voice so soft, so sweet, so low, that every accent woke sweet notes of blissful melody, as if an angel spoke. None could look upon that face and deem that aught of earth could chill the rapture of a soul where sin could know no birth. Her mind had wondrous power and scope. It grasped the sea, the earth, the sky, and rightly understood and loved the God who ruled on high. Contentment, truth, and virtue was part of nature's dower. Self-sacrifice to her was joy, and prayer was conscious power. While yet a child her spirit soared above the things of earth, and mused with soulful tenderness on the heaven that gave it birth. The teacher's stern, imperious heart yearningly worshipped this child, and 'neath her hallowed influence grew tender, warm, and mild. The haughty heart that never sought the plaudits of the world poured its richest tribute at the feet of this faultless girl. The face that never even blanched mid war's terrific strife grew pale as death the hour he asked this child to be his wife. No word she spake, but simply laid her head upon his breast. He folded her in warm embrace, and knew that he was blessed. Each lived a life of conscious joy. Earth seemed a garden fair. The lover sought earth's fairest flowers to braid in her shining hair. Deeply they drank at the font of love, draughts few nature can hold. The hours were seasons of perfect bliss, each moment more precious than gold. Days and months flew swiftly by, on the wings of happiness sped, and two sweet babes were garnered as the fruit of their marriage bed. They neither thought nor dreamed of aught save their babe's oncoming bliss. They greeted the morn with soft caress, and welcomed night with a kiss. Till thundering on the wings of time, fate dealt the cruel blow that dashed a home in pieces and laid a child wife low. The husband pressed her to his breast and fondly kissed his bride, but with the parting of that kiss the sinless child wife died. The kindred angels joyful flew from the realms of endless day, and gently wafted her soul above, but left to us her clay. She is dead. Kiss her and come away. Your cries and prayers are all in vain. Your May bell is cold, senseless clay. In heaven above you'll meet again. They smoothed her tresses of dark brown hair back from her marble forehead fair. Over her eyes that oped too much, they closed the lids with a tender touch. They closed with tender touch that day the thin pale lips where beauty lay. About her brow and her sweet pale face they tied her veil and bridal lace, placed on her feet the white silk shoes that Maybelle for her marriage chose. Over her bosom crossed her hands. "Come away," they said, "God understands." With bowed heads they left the room, still shuddering at its silent gloom. And naught save silence lingered there around the corpse of Maybelle Clare. But I loved her far too well to dread the silent, stately, beautiful dead. I cautiously opened the chamber door, and was alone with my dead once more. I kissed her lips, I kissed her cheek, but 'twas in vain, she could not speak. I called her names she loved a while, but she was dead and could not smile. and not one passionate whisper of love could call her back from her home above. Cold lips, I murmured, breast without breath, is there no voice, no language in death? Dull to ear and still to the sense, yet to the soul of love intense. See, I listen with soul, not ear. What is the secret of dying, my dear? Was it the infinite wonder of all, that you could let life's flower fall? Or was it a greater marvel to feel the perfect calm o'er agony steal? Was the miracle greatest to find how deep beyond all dreams sank down that sleep? Did life roll back its record, my dear, showing all past deeds dark and clear? Oh, did love, sweet mistress of bliss, affrighted vanish to shun death's kiss? For radiant ones in the world above forget those whom on earth they love. O perfect death, O dead most dear, I hold the breath of my soul to hear. I listen as deep as fathomless hell, as high as heaven, nor will you tell. There must be pleasure in dying, my sweet, to make you so placid from head to feet. I'd tell you, darling, if I were dead, and your hot tears on my cheek shed. I'd speak, though the angel of death had laid his sword on my lips, their accents to shade. Not in vain should you, with streaming eyes, beg to know death's chief surprise. O foolish world, O precious dead, though you tell me, who will believe 'twas said? Who will believe I heard you say in your own dear, kind, familiar way? I can speak now. You listen with soul alone. To the eyes of your soul all shall be known. In this land of infinite bliss, the utmost wonder, dear one, is this: I see and love and kiss you again. I smile at your triumph over pain. I know your heart is honest and true. I'm a guardian angel to you. What a strange, delicious amusement is death! To live without being, to breathe without breath. I should laugh did you not cry. Listen, dear one, love never can die. I am now your heaven-decked bride. My body and not my love has died. Dear one, it lies there, I know, pale and silent, cold as snow. And you say, Maybelle is dead, weeping o'er my silent head. I can see your falling tears, hear your sighs, and know your fears. Yet I smile and whisper this: I am not the clay you kiss. Cease your tears and let it lie. It was mine, but 'tis not I. Dear one, what the women love for its silent home, the grave, is a garment I have quit, as a tent no longer fit. 'Tis a cage from which at last my enraptured soul has passed. Love the inmate, not the room. Love the wearer, not the plume. Love my spirit, not the bars that kept your Maybelle from the stars. Be wise, dear one, and quickly dry from every tear your laden eye. What you place upon the bier is not worth a lover's tear. 'Tis an empty shell at last, out of which the soul has passed. The shell is broken, it lies there, but the pearl, the soul, is here. 'Tis an earthen jar whose lid God sealed when it faintly hid the soul He made to live on high, the mind that did not, cannot die. Let the dross be earth's once more, since the gold is in His store. God is glorious, God is good, now His word is understood. Life's ceaseless wonder is at an end, yet you weep, my erring friend. See, the lover you called dead to immortal bliss is wed. Love's the homes you lost, 'tis true, to such light as shines for you. Yet deep in your inmost soul you shall feel my sweet control. I'll be with you every hour, commissioned by Almighty Power, to guard each moment of your life as best befits your angel wife. At night I'll linger round your bed with an angel's noiseless tread, and while you, slumbering, dream of me, I'll be present, love, with thee. Where'er you go, where'er you stray, I'll be near thee night and day, guarding you with zealous care, pointing out life's every snare. chasing every tear away, aiding every joy to stay. Chide you when you go astray, bless you when you kneel to pray, lead you with an unseen hand to view the wonders of a land where peace and love and perfect joy tongue cannot name, nor peace destroy. Shall ever bless the happy band, as radiant round the throne they stand. Once there we'll never part again, but time and love while God shall reign. I cannot, dare not say farewell. Where I am now, you too shall dwell. I am gone before your face a moment's time, a little space. When you come where I have stepped, you'll gently wonder why you wept. You'll know by love eternal taught that heaven is all that earth is not. I beg you not to dread sweet death. 'Tis but the first and faintest breath of the life that God hath given to fit immortal souls for heaven. Be certain, darling, all seems love, viewed from the higher courts above. The cares and troubles that arise will prove sweet blessings in disguise. They'll waft you to a home above, where I'll await your coming, love. I heard these words, and fell on the breast of the peerless bride that heaven had dressed. I yearned for those blissful regions above, with heart overflowed with passionate love. My peerless flower, though nipped in youth, perennial shall bloom in the garden of truth. I see in the distance a rose-leaf hand beckoning me on to that glorious land. Though parted on earth, we'll meet in the sky, where bliss cannot perish, and love cannot die. O bliss supernal, O rapture complete, when earth's sundered ones in glory shall meet! For years and years I've watched in vain to see that buried face again. In vain I've tried with mortal eyes to pierce the mysteries of the skies. O sweetheart of the days of yore, shall we meet on earth no more? Shall I languish all alone without one sympathetic tone? One glance of love, one word of cheer from eyes and lips I hold so dear. O hearken to my piteous cries, beloved one, and forsake the skies. O listen, earth-born mortals, see! My angel bride has come to me. The self-same face, divinely fair, and heaven's set jewels decked her hair. Her laughing eye and glowing cheek eternal youth and bliss bespeak. My head is pillowed on her breast, my brow by her dear hands caressed. The dulcet tones of her dear voice bids my aching heart rejoice. She folds me 'neath her dazzling wings, while all the heart within me sings. O list those melting tones of love, more soft than note of cooing dove. O hear the words her dear lips speak. Death, dear one, is the boon to seek. False are the glittering gems of earth, eternity's gold is the gold of worth. One moment in heaven is worth a life spent on earth mid care and strife. Death is but the dawn of day, destroying naught save worthless clay. The soul lives on in rapturous bliss, more perfect than a virgin kiss. O dear one, still your haunting fears, the love, though lost of earlier years, awaits your coming to the skies, and o'er you watch with jealous eyes, lest earth detain you till too late to enter heaven's wide open gate. O tarry not on earth too long, but with me join immortal song. She spake, and through the vaulted sky, beyond the reach of mortal eye, she wings her rapid noiseless flight, and I am left alone tonight. Nay, not alone, for in my soul I feel a new-born sweet control that lures me to a higher life, which will please an angel wife. Farewell, prison, blight, and bars, mine is a home beyond the stars. Welcome, death, at any hour, since sin has lost her maddening power. End the poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Acrostic Tribute to Captain J.S. Acheson by George W.H. Harrison. read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Just consider for one moment all the good this man has done. On full many a field of battle he the victory hath won. Swept he with victorious Sherman from Atlanta to the sea, ever acting as a soldier, from all fear and malice free, proving true in every station, like a soldier tried and true. He has earned and won the friendship of the boys who wore the blue. Since his advent in this prison, he has with impartial mind made it plain that every duty can be done and still be kind. In his bosom rests no malice towards a single human soul. 'Tis his study, night and morning, all his passions to control. He is willing every prisoner should become his honest friend, and the prisoner's reformation he regards as law's best trend. Crime, he deems, is but the fruitage of conditions time can change. He would lift his fallen brother, and no rule of right derange. Ever ready with the welcome of a smile and word of cheer. Some may only be respected, but such men are ever dear. O'er the path of life may heaven scatter roses at his feet. None will doubt that every Christian shall his face in heaven meet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Mother by Carr. Read for LibriVox.org by Maria Thompson. One bright Sunday morn, as I sat in my cell, my thoughts to the outside did roam. The sweet song of birds, as their notes rose and fell, turned my mind to my childhood's dear home. Long years they have passed since I saw that dear spot, but its sweet memories time can ne'er smother. I can never forget that dear little cot and the sweet, loving smile of my mother. In sickness or pain, 'twas dear mother that brought her sweet self and her charms to allay it. She learned me a prayer, and she lovingly taught me to kneel at her knees and to say it. God's word she would read and impress on my mind the love that's conveyed by that story of the Savior who died, that millions might find eternal rest in his realms of glory. For years she's been dead, and her low grassy mound reminds me that 'neath it lies sleeping the dear friend of my youth, whose magic, I found, could bring smiles to my face, e'en when weeping. 'Tis thus the dear birds, as they joyfully sing and chirp happy calls to each other, remind me that perhaps they were sent for to bring a message to me from my mother. But, alas, as I think upon my mind, there quickly falls the thoughts of my sad degradation. The strong iron bars and the gray, somber walls recall me to my sad situation. But no more will I sin. I'll live upright for sure. My passions and temptations I'll smother. And when God calls me home to that bright, shining shore, we'll be happy together, dear mother. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Memorial Ode by Geo W. Van Ways. Read for LibriVox.org by mleigh. Again the sacred day has come when tears and flowers shall fall on the graves of our sleeping heroes who died at liberty's call, and the tears we shed above them as our hearts with tenderness bled is the crown of their matchless glory and earth's divinest need. Their deeds on the field of battle were such as a god might do, and the listening angels applauded the work of the boys in blue. The flag they died defending still floats above their grave and is loved by millions of freemen, but never looked on by a slave. The country they loved and bled for, still true to her sacred trust, will cover their names with glory and revere their hallowed dust. The comrades who still survive them, like gold in the furnace tried, speak with tear-dimmed lashes of the gallant boys that died. These flowers will fade and perish, though hallowed by each grave, but they will live forever in the hearts of the true and the brave. Then let this custom continue, till tears and flowers shall cease, and we shall greet the gallant boys on the shores of endless peace. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lines to My Cell by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090. O silent and mysterious cell, could I command thy walls to tell the secrets they have kept so long? 'Twould be, indeed, a cheerless song, a tale of crime and tears and pain, the fruit, perhaps, of frenzied brain, as none to crime yet ever sank, that had not first become a crank. The law of God and man defy, a wretch you'll live, a felon die. These words seem to haunt my brain. Perhaps it is the sad refrain of a song well known to thee, yet where its author now can be. Save thee, perhaps, no one can tell, thou grim, mysterious, silent cell. Thy rocky floor has felt the tread of many a hapless one now dead. Thy walls have echoed many a sigh, wrung from guilt's expiring eye. While musing mid thy walls tonight, I seem to hear, with some affright, the wail of many a blighted life, the prayer of a despairing wife. A mother weeping for her child, a father grief has driven wild. And then, I pray thee silence keep, 'twere best to let thy secrets sleep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Tribute to Dr. G. A. Tharpe by G. W. Van Ways. Read for LibriVox.org by Henneh Udtuhan. Arise, my muse, and tune your harp to ring the praises of a Tharpe. His cultured mind and noble soul, truth and virtue both control. Tell the world his perfect skill can conquer every human ill that lends to science or to art, from shattered limb to dormant heart. Each pill and potion that he makes relieves your pain and health awakes. And should he use the surgeon's knife, he never will sacrifice a life. His skillful fingers place a band as gently as a woman's hand, and not one patient needs to feel that he the truth will not reveal. The poor regard him as their friend, and on his bounty oft depend, well knowing that his generous heart dares to act a Christian part. Long may this noble doctor live, ease to suffering men to give, and meet the summons to depart, with the skill he woos his art. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Appreciated Friend by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by RileyH. She is a pretty little lass, half human, half divine, and for an angel she would pass in heaven's lovely clime. Her hair is locks of flowing gold, her ways are cute and wise, and her form is lithe and graceful, with pretty bright blue eyes. Her manners are just perfect, her nature kind and true. She is a real philanthropist when charity is due. She strives to cheer those sad at heart, and well she does succeed, and stays the ever painful dart that often fate does speed. How different from so many folk who frown upon the one who by some simple words he spoke caused crime to have been done. Although the cruel knife of fate has made an awful wound, in her kind words that come but late, sweet balm for sorrows found. Oh, that this wicked, wicked world could boast more such friendly souls, less lives would be so sadly hurled into a pit of earthly ghouls, where nothing's saved but all is lost, and where man's cast at any cost into a dismal prison dell, a gloomy, dreary, earthly hell. Come of such friends, arise and sing, with thanks returned to heaven's King. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Salome's Revenge by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichole Didio. Arise, my muse, spread out thy wings, prepare to soar away, tune up thy harp for endless joy, and turn night into day. Go dream of paradise sublime in the old empire's state, and when you're done, return to me your story to relate. In time gone by, in days of yore, there lived in forests wild 2 families of ancient stock, and each one had a child. The children of both parentage were born in this country. They amassed immensely fortunes in this America. The Waddingtons were pure Scotch blood, and raised one daughter fair. They gave her name of Sadie. She'd blue eyes and golden hair. Her cheeks were rich with crimson glow, her lips were thin and cute, and many an anxious lover she sternly did refute. Her dainty hands and flowing hair and graceful curves of form would make one's heart quite palpitate. She carried all by storm. Truman Waddington was a man who loved his daughter, Eyre, and as he rolled in endless wealth, he watched his child's welfare. Their nearest neighbor was St. Lawrence, who lived a little way off on the rugged mountainside, where children liked to play. 2 children he had buried when they were yet quite young, and now he was a happy man because he reared an only son. This son he named him Truman, because he liked the name, and thought 'twould be in honor of his neighbor of the same. As an act of kindness and of love, old Waddington did say, because you named him after me, I pledge my Sade today. The 2 old friends called in their wives and asked them to consent to seal the bargain for each child, of which they were both bent. The mothers thought it rather soon to tie so firm a knot, and begged them not to seal their doom by such a foolish plot. But Truman Waddington was not a man too easy quit, and he argued long and labored strong in a halfway frenzied fit. He said, I know we are both rich in lands and kine and gold, and why not join these vast fortunes before they are all sold? You've named your only son for me, true man it is, true man he'll be, and now must I sit by in shame, and cannot seal my daughter's fame? Then spake the elder man, St. Lawrence, Dear sir, my neighbor and my friend, you have my heart and soul and mind, and these vast fortunes I will bind, together with true cords of love. God help our children find a part their mothers will not take in this, to seal their children's fate. Now let me, please, suggest a way to reach this matter of today, and we will friendly make the deal, so lawyers cannot break the seal. Then Waddington sprang to his feet, and warmly did his neighbors greet, then shook him warmly by the hand, and said, Come, let us seal the band. And then, with fixed and mellow eye, he gazed on high as he stood by, his rugged friend and neighbor too. Then St. Lawrence bade him what to do. My dear old friend, sit down, it's easy for us now to drown all obstacles that's in our way to carry out our plan today. Then he proceeded to relate how easy men in Empire State could call in witness to their deed and satisfy all fortune's creed. Now, look a here, my friend St. Lawrence, you cannot be too quick to tell me how we'll do all this and make this bargain stick. And then the sage of St. Lawrence did say, Look here, my friend, here is our way. I'll make my will of my estate, and that you know is very great, unto your fair and lovely child, if she refrains from being wild, and when she weds my son, my noble, brave, and kind true man. Then you, my friend, reciprocate. You make your will of this same date, and seal as I do mine. Make true, my son, your legatee, and to him give, in simple fee, your lands, your goods, your kine, your cash, all in one grand and mighty crash, if he your daughter weds. The witnesses were duly called, the wills were then prepared, the testators did sign their names, the children they well fared. The documents were laid away in vaults of solid rock, there safely for the children kept, their heritage of stock. Years rolled on, and true man grew to be a handsome man. He said, I'm bound to be M.D. and do the best I can. Sadie, on the other hand, grew to be a queen, and when to college she did go, true man there was seen. They played at home when they were young upon the mountainside, and never once did they mistrust they'd be both groom and bride. When Truman closed his college course, he off to Gotham went, to become an adept in his class while on his mission bent. Sadie, on the other hand, when she had closed her term, returned unto her mountain home, for which she hourly yearned. 2 years had changed this happy home to one most sadly grieved. The mother of this lovely girl had sadly been deceived. She down upon her deathbed lay, when in came Sadie one bright day, and gazed upon the shrunken form, which now had battled life's hard storm. Poor Sadie, with a broken heart, she did the best to take her part. But long the sickness did not last, because her mother now soon passed from time into eternity, where the human soul is ever free. True man, now, in city fashion, had let die out his old-time passion for rocks and rills and mountain-side, where dwelt the queen who'd be his bride. So much for selfish, erring man, he'll do the best where'er he can. Time rolled on, when Sadie's sire, with renewed youth and boyhood ire, took to himself another wife, and tried anew to live his life. The new-made mistress of the home, who had no place she called her own, was mother of a daughter fair, with dimpled cheeks and flowing hair. The madam's name was Maria. Her daughter's was Sarah. She soon was boss of all the house, and Sadie driven like a mouse into the cold and cheerless world. Sadie, with a broken heart, prayed her father take her part, but he, with proud and dire disdain, forever did refrain. Then Sadie, on her mother's grave, prayed loud and long for God to save her soul from earthly wreck. Then, with a palpitating heart, with one fond look she did depart to battle hard with broken heart. While daughter and a second wife should all but ruin her young life, but father did as fathers do, when their list of wives have numbered 2. He lent his daughter a deaf ear, for his second wife he then did fear. His life was short, he soon became a victim to a raging pain, which soon relieved him from this life, and bore him off from life's hard strife. They laid him low beside his wife, the pride and joy of Sadie's life. But Sadie knew not of the fate her father had so sadly met. The new-made widow, without tear, prepared to move within a year to far and distant foreign land, where neither had a single friend. The goods were sold, the stock in kine, the lands were leased for a long time. The two, with pockets filled with gold, sailed for Paris with joys untold. Young Sarah, who was quite a belle, when in old Paris she did swell her wardrobe with both silk and lace, the numerous paints to ply her face. She was the very counterpart, although 'tis strange to say, of pretty Sadie Waddington. in all her dainty ways. She spread herself about, in all society's halls, and never failed when chance availed to attend the stylish balls. She was a favorite with them all, in fact the queenly belle, and many a suitor's prayer she heard while on bended knee he fell. One evening, while on promenade within society's halls, she met a handsome, tall young man she'd seen at some of the balls. When introduced, both their eyes met, she blushing timidly. He heard the name Miss Waddington, then asked most courteously, "From what part of America's soil do you and your friends hail? Or have you lived in Paris long? On what liner did you sail?" She said, "I'm Sadie Waddington, from the city that bears my name. It borders on the old St. Lawrence, a river of worldwide fame." Then spake the handsome gentleman, "I too am from that place, and if you are Sadie Waddington, I ought to know your face." Her cheeks grew flushed and flushed again, as on her he searchingly gazed. She looked up in his solemn face, and saw he was truly amazed. It was Truman St. Lawrence she saw, as she gazed on his beautiful form. She was more than bewitching in her ways, to capture him all by storm. The doctor went to his hotel to ponder the matter o'er. "That's not the Sadie Waddington I've seen in days of yore." His brain was puzzled, his face was flushed, he was in a frenzied mood. He could not fathom the mystery, to do the best he could. "If that's the girl in days of youth I played with on the mountainside, before I leave this old city I'll make her my darling bride." So saying, he sank upon his couch, and slept in dreams so rich and gay, that loud his servant called and called, because 'twas late, far in the day. That day he had a trip to make unto a neighboring town, and visited a hospital kept by a Dr. Brown. In passing from one of the wards, while in the open door, he chanced to turn, and looking back saw, kneeling on the floor, with outstretched arms and pleading eyes, the girl for years he had not seen. She'd grown into full womanhood. She was a perfect fairy queen. "What? What?" he cried. "Am I deceived? If I'm my father's son, that girl I see back yonder is Sadie Waddington." He hastened back to where she knelt, and bade her to arise, and clasped her to his manly breast, while tears rose in her eyes. Then, 'tween her sobs and moans and groans, she slowly did relate how she was driven from her home back in the Empire State. She told of awful suffering, of wandering far and near, of the death of father and mother, to her all that was dear. She told him how she had returned unto her mountain dome, and as she was told that all had been sold, she was left without a home. The doctor stood transfixed with awe, listened to her relate the story of the sale of all, back in the Empire State. The doctor said, "My dear Sadie, it matters not a bit to me, whether you have lands or goods or gold. I have vast fortunes yet untold. What's mine is yours till always so. My father told me long ago, before I left the Empire State and came over here to study late. I offer you my heart and hand, and pledge to seal it with the band of holy wedlock faithfully. Now set your heart forever free from labor and the toils of life. Come, say you'll be my darling wife. I feel a pang about my heart that pierces like a flashing dart." "Oh, true St. Lawrence! Oh, can it be that you do really care for me? I, who have lived by a false name to hide a stepmother's wicked shame. For 5 long years my name has been, as you directly would have seen, not Sadie W. as you have known, but the Sadie changed to plain Salome. The Waddington I changed also for the common name of Van Harlow. When among strangers I did seek for work to do, although 'twas meek, I came across the ocean wide as servant to a new-made bride. She was taken sick and died out here before she'd been a bride a year. Since then I've cared for poor and sick, and cannot leave them now so quick. I patients have who must have care before I leave for better fare. Now true, my dear, I'll be your own. I'll make you an ever happy home. I feel Pa's oft spoke words are true. True man's your name, true man are you." He pressed her closely to his breast, To dry her tears he did his best, then gently kissed her burning cheeks and bade her wait but a few weeks. The happiest man in all the land was true St. Lawrence with trembling hand, who then returned to his rooms rich, a restless night to roll and pitch upon a bed of faultless down, but pains of heart could not drown. He lay and mused throughout the night, 'cause his future now looked bright. Sarah Waddington and her mother prepared a party for another, a gent they wished to entertain, 'cause Sarah wished to bear his name. It is to be a swell affair, so she could safely set her snare to catch the unsuspecting true, because he loves and loves but you. So spake the mother to her child, who seemed delighted, almost wild, to think that she could play her part without remorse or pain at heart. The time rolled on, and days were spent in fixing up for the event. The rich were called from every side to see Sarah, the would-be bride. She sent a most bewitching note for Dr. Lawrence to cast the vote. Who'd be the belle of honor, bright, to bear the graces of the night? The doctor smiled as he sat down to answer it without a frown, and faithfully he did outline, in characters most cute and fine, my choice is one and only one, and now I've written, and 'tis done. As sure as I'm my father's son, 'tis one, fair Sadie Waddington. And now, before it is too late, there's one request I have to make, that I be granted then or sooner to be escort to the maid of honor. Your request is at once granted, and hope will become enchanted, and with your presence will be elated, because it seems we are related. Fair Sarah, then, did make it known, real quietly about her home, that she and Lawrence, raised side by side, would soon become both groom and bride. Silks and diamonds bought with gold, gotten from kind she'd sold, way back in the Empire State, where both Sadie met her fate. Just 1 week before the eve when he Sarah would deceive, Truman went to see his love, who was pretty as a dove. Sadie, said he, sweet is revenge. Let us now your labor change. The ones who drove you to your fate, away back in the Empire State, are here in Paris this long time, and live in luxury sublime. The gold they got off your kine, it goes for suppers and for wine. In holy wedlock let us wed. I'll lead you to a bridal bed, and then in luxury and state we'll tend the ball ere 'tis too late. I'll humble them in dust and shame. Ah, Sadie, you were not to blame. We'll make them wish they'd never sold your goods and kine for glittering gold. Come, darling, we'll off today, the bridal knot to firmly tie. Then I your graceful swan-like neck with pearls and rubies will bedeck. I'll trim your lovely graceful form with richest satin to be worn. I'll place upon your tapered hand a solitaire set in gold band. Your dainty feet encased in kid of dainty styles. They're only made for those who are called the name of queens, and bought by those who have vast means. Then to the ball we'll proudly go, and who we'll meet I do not know. I'll there present to everyone my bride, true Sadie Waddington. The shock so sudden will be great, they'll quail beneath their heart's own hate of being there exposed to all. Oh, won't it be an awful fall? Come, Sadie dear, revenge is sweet. Now is our chance to get your met, which they had held for you so long, and did you such a cruel wrong. Then Sadie spoke, true man, my dear, there's naught I know for me to fear. Revenge is sweet, although 'tis queer. Revenge I get in Paris here. They carried out their little plot, and never skipped a single jot. The eve was fine, the folk were gay, and not a thing stood in their way. It was quite late when they arrived at the mansion of the would-be bride. As soon as Doctor stepped in sight, escorting Sadie, his delight, Sarah saw the graceful form, and with one scream she left the room, and fell fainting to the floor. They laid her on the couch before the open door. Her mother came in haste to see what all the trouble there could be, and did not see the doctor's bride until she was close by her side. And when she saw it was too late, she gasped, "Oh, Sarah's met her fate!" They fell into a deathly state. The mother swooned and swooned away the entire night and most the day. And then the doctor came to say, "Her life is run, she cannot stay."
Sadie, with her trained and skillful hand, nursed Sarah back to conscious land, did faithfully the watchword keep, while often o'er them she did weep. And just before the mother died, she, Sadie, called her bedside, and begged her to full pardon give, for cruel wrong she did receive. Sadie, always so good and true, said she always thought she knew that the grand day would surely come when that great wrong would be undone. She granted full, complete pardon for all the wrongs the dame had done, and then she spoke kind words of cheer into the madam's dying ear. With firm-set eyes and drooping chin, the madam grasped and tried to cling unto the hand she once did scorn, and drove from home at break of morn. She then was wrapped in eternal death, and from her soul came not a breath. In casket pure as driven snow unto the churchyard she did go, and there was laid beneath the clay to await Jehovah's judgment day. All lands and goods and gold and kine she left behind for endless time. Poor Sarah, doomed to awful fate, her mind was left in ruined state. In raving madness and in strife she tried to take our Sadie's life. The best physicians in the land were summoned forth on every hand to try and bring her from the strife back to the land of happy life. Off to an asylum she must go, 'cause 'twas not safe to leave her so, and with good care she might regain and be relieved from mental pain. Salome, our faithful lass and bride, resolved to stay by Sarah's side and help her regain her lost mind, and comfort for her she would find. 9 weeks were spent in madhouse fare, Salome bestowing tender care upon the one who once did face Salome in all her dire disgrace. When Dr. St. Lawrence saw his wife was bent on battling for the life of one who was once her mad foe, he said, "All right, it shall be so." Salome, she clung unto her charge, as if she were her dearest friend. She incurred expenses somewhat large to treat her patient to the end. The doctor soon began to learn his bride and wife would never spurn the one who once her home did take, and drove her off for mere pride's sake. She asked Salome what she would do in case that Sarah did pull through, and once again her mind regain before they crossed the raging main. Salome did quickly make reply, while glistening tears stood in her eye. "I'll take her to old Empire State, right to the door where I met fate. I'll make her happy if I can, and now I'll form my little plan. We must, dear true, just do our best, and fix her up in a cozy nest. We will give her a little home on the beautiful mountainside. We will find her a handsome lover who'll be proud to call her his bride. We will give them all attention that the best of friends could do. We will return good for evil, 'cause my mother taught me so. Let us show that true religion is the life we ought to live, and the ways that Christ rejoiced in are the ways to which we cleave. Oh, my husband, dearest true man, I believe in Sarah reigns the true principle of goodness. Let us fan that spark to flames. Can I now secure her safely, teach her shun her evil ways, and discard that haughty spirit that she learned in younger days? I will be the happiest mortal ever lived on Mother Earth, and will reach that heavenly portal only reached by second birth. After coaxing, begging, teasing, Sarah consented for to go back across the ocean, raging where her childhood seeds did sow. When they reached the harbor safely, bag and baggage on the truck, they cast lots to see what steamer they would choose for their good luck. Doctor got the choice of vessels, and he quickly did decide that the city of St. Paris should take their protégé and his bride. Safely in the vessel's cabin, housed in cozy stateroom there, all were ready for the voyage, and did look for cheerful fare. Out upon the briny billows, just 3 days and nights, 'twas said. When the night was dark and dreary, Truman rose from sleepless bed. There was something weighed upon him, something whispered to beware. He dressed and went upon the deck to breathe the crisp sea air. He paced and paced the vessel's deck with long and manly stride. He went from starboard oar to port, and back to starboard side. He'd been upon the deck some time, and peered into the gloom, as if there something overawed and threatened them with doom. At last to port he spied a fleck, a dancing on the waves, and there he plainly saw a deck, bedecked with pirate knaves. The vessel with the dark-hued hull bore straightway on its course, when, hard to port, to port, to port, rang out a voice real coarse. The strange boat glided swiftly on, like a ghost on phantom wings, while the crisp sea breeze went dancing past and through her rigging sings. The strange boat slipped along across the briny billows white, and their steamer plowed and labored hard along its renewed flight. It was a close and dangerous call, because the night was dark. Had they collided there on the ocean bare, they'd went down with their bark. The voyage then to Gotham was stormy and quite rough, and all agreed when landed that they had quite enough. They then all took the railroad train north through the Empire State, and soon were on the mountainside where Sadie met her fate. The first place Sadie wished to see was graves of father and mother, and tripping lightly from the yard she passed out with another, that bitter morn, with memories fresh, when from her home she'd fled. She was scorned by one now, too glad to lead her on ahead. When she approached her mother's grave, the tears rolled thick and fast, and by her side poor Sarah stood with memories of the past, a-flitting through her guilty mind, and then she spoke at last. "Oh, Sadie, Sadie, what a blot upon my mother's past! It stings within my guilty heart, and would to God I know could part with half the pain I feel. The balm of Christ could scarcely heal." She stooped, and silently did press her fresh and rosy lips upon the little mound of grass. Beneath, dear mother sleeps. Then Sarah, with most tender words, pressed Sadie to her breast, and with a fervent, heartfelt plea, prayed both them to be blessed. When they returned unto their home, their friendship sealed with silent love, they could not bear to be alone. They felt a power from up above. Old friends and neighbors with delight called on the doctor and his bride, and there convened on the first night a host of friends who are on their side. There's one among them, old and gray, who lived right there for all his life. 'Tis the elder man and sage St. Lawrence, and he smiles upon the doctor's wife. Heir to the Waddington estate, Sadie reigns the queen of all. Her friendship for Sarah was great, and sister her did often call. The doctor chose to spend his life upon the handsome mountainside, with Sadie, his true loving wife, and father, St. Lawrence, until he died. Time rolled around and months flew by, Sadie and Sarah hand in hand, sealed by the firmest friendship tie, two of the truest in the land. There chanced to stroll from distant clime a bright young man of Sadie's kin, came to visit in summertime, and Sarah was introduced to him. Sadie tried her best to make a match and championed well her cause. Sarah viewed it as a catch that one very seldom draws. Though 'twas but a short acquaintance, still the wedding time was fixed. The intended groom had patience, 'cause he felt he was not rich. Sadie, sweet as dewy honey, wishing that her friends should wed, proffered home and lands and money, if the word would just be said. I am heir to all this fortune, known as Waddington's estate. Come now, Sarah, come now, Hawthorne, join your hearts ere 'tis too late. I will give to you a large farm yonder on the mountainside. I will give you kine and money, if you'll be my cousin's bride. Sarah spake with dewy eyelids to the one she loved so dear. Sadie, I am anything but worthy of this princely gift to cheer. My broken heart, wicked heart, after I have been so bad, you should never take my part, since I took what you had. Yet Sadie, true to her own passion, promised deed and fee for all, if Sarah would wed her own cousin ere the summer ran to fall. So the wedding day was fixed, when the two should be made one, and their home, as she predicted, would be deeded as their own. When at last the nuptial greeting was received on every hand, the sage St. Lawrence came to their meeting, the last one left of their quartet band. The wedding knot was duly tied, and the folk were feeling gay. They were now made happy groom and bride, starting out in life's pathway. When the ceremony was over, and the gifts they were bestowing, bridal gifts as sweet as clover, Sadie, with her rich hair flowing, called the old squire of the city, that to witness of her signing the transfer of title fair to the land that lay up there. When, to her surprise and chagrin, Father St. Lawrence with gentle voice told her that she could not bargain, for she had not even choice. Now, my daughter, not 1 farthing of this vast and rich estate has been left unto true's darling. Now, I tell you, 'tis not too late. All this land you thought was yours by inheritance of your blood was bequeathed by your dear father to one you never thought he would. Now, I've brought the judge of probate as an honored guest of mine, that he might reveal the truth, that it might be writ in rhyme. Then, to soothe the disappointment, the old judge with silvery hair drew from 'neath his outer garment 2 old papers kept with care. One was read by him to Sadie, where her father had endowed all his lands and kine and money on the one who made her proud. When this document was ended and was handed to True Man, the old sage St. Lawrence pretended that he enjoyed youth again. Read, judge, read your other paper. Tell my daughter here the truth. Tell her what their anxious fathers did for them while in their youth. When the document was ended, with tears showering down her face, Sadie, kisses, sweetly blended while she held him in embrace. Long their fortunes had been blended by the signatures alone of their fathers in their child days as they played around their home. True, my dear, oh, will you come here? Sign this deed, come quick, oh do! Carry out my simple wishes, Sarah is my friend so true. Yes, my darling, with this pleasure I will do, to please you all. It is my most pleasant leisure to do bidding at your call. So the deed of gift was given, and in happiness they'd start. From that home they'd ne'er be driven, life anew to never part. There in happiness and comfort did they live upon the place, where the evil of proud passion smothered one in dire disgrace. Happy was Salome and True Man when they saw their protege safe in the hands of cousin Hawthorne on the Waddington old place. Safe within the coils of home life, safe within the cottage walls, safely with the trusting husband, safe within their friendly calls. Thus the vengeance of our hero was full spent to meet her theme, yet so different from a Nero, because she knew she could redeem. Salome's revenge was to her sweet, 'cause she'd conquered, not cut down. Now she feared no one to meet, nor would any wear a frown. Though some years had been so bitter and had fraught such cruel pain, now the coldest of the winter seemed like flowery beds of green. Now, up away on the mountains, in the well-known Empire State, Sadie Waddington is living in sweet revenge, where she met fate. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Tribute to Captain George W. Hess by G. W. Van Ways. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Almost a decade thou hast battled with a patriot's band, whose first duty is devotion to their native land, and no comrade but is willing, with a ready mind, to declare thee brave and loyal to all mankind. In thy country's hour of peril, on the battlefield, thou wert ever more than willing all her rights to shield, and with true and loyal purpose battled for the right, till secession's traitorous banner sunk in endless night. Duty's path to thee is glory, glory easy won, for a task so oft repeated is quite easy done. Yet no one can ever chide for thy generous heart, ne'er will crush the poor and helpless with oppression's dart. Every prisoner knows and likes thee, for thy friendly ways must attract their close attention and excite their praise. And the few who know thee better as a man of heart would desire no nobler mission than to take thy part. May you live in peace and plenty, happy with your own, till Jehovah's love shall gather round his august throne all who, like you, honest comrade, follows heaven's plan and respects the rules of virtue and the rights of man.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Lawyer by George Gilbert. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090. When grappled in the law's embrace, who first betrayed an anxious face, and fain would shield me from disgrace? My lawyer. Who told me I should not confess, that he would all my wrongs redress, and set me free from all distress? My lawyer. When sick in jail I senseless lay, who took my watch and case away, lest prowling thieves on me should prey? My lawyer. Who to my wealth tenacious clung, and from me wagged his oily tongue, and at my foes hot embers flung? My lawyer. Who told me he was dreadful smart, and knew the law books all by heart, and always took his client's part? My lawyer. Who, in the court, with peerless pride, my rights affirmed, my guilt denied, and swore the state's attorney lied? My lawyer. And when 12 men, in one compound, for me a guilty verdict found, who came to stanch the bleeding wound? My lawyer. Who said my time within the wall would be exceeding brief and small, the minimum or none at all? My lawyer. And when the judge my doom proclaimed, and 3 long years of exile named, who looked indignant and ashamed? My lawyer. When, at the sheriff's stern command, I for the train was told to stand, who longest shook and squeezed my hand? My lawyer. Who, then he had me safe confined, no more concerned his crafty mind, nor was for me to grief inclined? My lawyer. Who closed the mortgage on my lot, and drove my family from my cot, and left them homeless on the spot? My lawyer. Who, when of prison clothes I'm stripped, and from these walls am homeward shipped, will get himself immensely whipped? My lawyer. Written by Mr. George Gilbert, who died on the 9th of June, A.D. 1890. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Sad Warning by George W. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. In prison cell at early twilight, smoking Foster's best cigar, sat a convict little dreaming aught his perfect bliss could mar. Round the cell block slowly ambling came a screw on mischief bent, and his wide expanded nostrils quickly inhaled the welcome scent. Wave on wave through latticed iron, smoky clouds rose thick and high, and the happy convict murmured, "Go, ye cloudlets, greet the sky." But the cloudlets, incense laden, lingered near the oaken floor, till the screw, with cat-like motion, stood before the smoker's door. In the spittoon, charred and sputtering, lay the smoker's joy and pride, and the screw, exultant, murmured, "Stackhouse will this case decide." Morning dawned, the cellar agent bore the trembling wretch away to a cellar cold and gloomy, where the tools of torture lay. Blows and shrieks alternate sounded, and a voice from near the floor murmured, "Stackhouse, mercy, mercy, please, sir, I will smoke no more." From the cellar, shorn and shaven, skulked the cowering con away, and he smokes, but oh how watchful is that victim, who can say? All ye inmates take the warning, gushing from a brother's heart. He who smokes within these portals, for a dire offence may smart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Acrostic to J.C. Langenberger, Captain of the O.P. Night Watch, by Geo W. Van Ways. Read for LibriVox.org by Laurie. Just to all men kind and true, conspicuous as a giant yet comely to the view, loved by all who know him, trusted everywhere, always more than willing to ease his fellows' care. Never harsh or cruel, never false or base, going in and coming out among those in disgrace, earning from each prisoner's heart the meed of honest praise. None condemn his actions, none despise his ways. By his children reverenced, by his wife adored, every friend is welcome at his ample board. Rich in all that makes a man, poor alone in hate, God of mercy bless the man who nightly guards our fate. Ever may he fill the post that wisdom has assigned, ruling all as now he does by strength of heart and mind. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
She Loves Me Yet by George W.H. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by RileyH. Amid the cares and griefs of life, one precious thought I'll ne'er forget, I have a fond and faithful wife, for darling Lulu loves me yet. The bitterest pang that earth can give can never make my soul regret the fact that I on earth can live while Lulu says she loves me yet. The sweetest joy my heart could know would prove a diamond yet unset, whose radiant light could never glow like this sweet thought, she loves me yet. Should grief deluge my troubled soul till every hour some care beset, I could defy its stern control while murmuring, Lulu loves me yet. Should every friend I have on earth each vow of loyalty forget, I could survive the cruel blow, since darling Lulu loves me yet. Should earth with one accord combine, sweet Lulu's influence to beset, it would not change my constant mind, if I but felt she loves me yet. I care no sweeter boon in life, nor will my heart its choice regret. I only long to meet that wife who truly says she loves me yet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Acrostic Tribute to Harry Smith by Geo W. Van Ways. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. He is like the god Apollo, when in days of old all the hearts of Greece could conquer, yet despised their gold. Rich in manhood, health, and youth, he is ever free, ready to assist his brother whatsoever his need may be. You can trust him freely, fully, with your love or gold, since his love of truth and honor never can grow cold. May he ever do his duty, and to all be kind. It is but the noble-hearted who can rule the mind, trusting still his love of country and his love for man. He may rest assured heaven will endorse his plan. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Phantom Boat by George W.H. Harrison. Read for LibriVox by Rags. Two lovers once sat dreaming of scenes o'ergrown by years. Sweet Daisy's eyes were eloquent with girlhood's pleading tears. Her little hand was lying confidingly in mine, while her silvery voice pleaded, "Dear one, awake the 9. Yes, darling, I will rhyme for you. What legend shall I drew? Shall I now fold you in my arms, and drifting down life's stream, mid singing birds and nodding flowers, pour forth my soul in love, in accents soft and tender as the cooing of a dove? Or shall I tell you, dearest one, why yonder's rippling stream first gained the name Tallulah in an age that's now a dream? Well now, pillow your head upon my breast. The legend is weird and wild. I fear me much its harrowing scenes will shock thee, gentle child. Will you listen while we're watching for the far-famed phantom boat? Perhaps the tale will lead us to catch the first faint note of Tallulah's wondrous music as she floats down this stream. For I assure you, darling, this legend is no dream. Where we now sit, in days gone by, the stealthy panther crept, and bears and wolves and horrid hordes their tireless vigils kept. Turkey, deer, and beaver were scattered far and wide, and here the lordly savage stalked in all his pristine pride. The Creeks then ruled this forest, from Suwannee to the sea, a haughty, bold, and cruel race, cunning, treacherous, wild, and free. To hunt and fish, and boast and fight, were the duties of a brave, while woman, alas, sweet woman, was but a cowering slave. No grant had she to breathe her wrongs before the council fire, nor dared she utter a single word to gain her heart's desire, until her savage master first gave her leave to speak, nor dared she then to brave his will, lest he his vengeance wreak. Yet ever and anon there rose a woman whose proud soul ignored those self-created gods and spurned their base control. Such was the brave Tallulah, whose spirit haunts this stream. In a phantom barge it glides along, like a wraith in a troubled dream. 'Tis said she haunts this river, alone on a misty night, and that each one who sees her is palled with a strange affright. And why she haunts this river is the burden of my tale, and none who have a tender heart but will her fate bewail. Tallulah was Ocallah's child, to whom the Creeks ascribe the name of the boldest leader that ever led their tribe. A savage of Herculean build, with fierce and restless eye, his haughty lip deigned not to smile, and scorned to breathe a sigh. Tallulah was his pride and joy, the only thing he loved on earth, since she became an orphan at the fatal hour of birth. The superstitious savage deemed her mother's spirit nigh, and thought who harmed an orphan by a spirit hand should die. She was born, too, in a castle, gifted with second sight. Friends of earth and sea and air at her command would fight. Her raven locks and soulful eyes, her faultless form and peerless face, and voice of wondrous melody, awed and charmed her race. She reigned an undisputed queen, all her mandates must obey, and even the fierce Ocallah was obedient to her sway. Yet even she was powerless to stay the raging flood of tireless, deathless, savage hate that sought the white man's blood. Ocallah's hatred of the whites was known both far and near. Brave hunters spake his name with awe, and women in trembling fear. At last he grew so treacherous no white man dared come nigh, till a trio of gallant hunters determined he should die. They knew 'twas a dangerous mission on which their steps were bent, yet the prayers of honest settlers their true hearts courage lent. As they neared the sleeping village, where Ocala awaited his doom, they flitted like weird spectres in the silent midnight gloom. There, spread before their vision, 500 wigwams lay, a savage guerdon of defense for him they sought to slay. To the silent village center our gallant hunters crept, to the door of the largest wigwam, where the proud Ocala slept. Stepping across the prostrate form of the sentinel at the door, they breathed a prayer for absent ones, whom they might see no more. 3 knives flashed in the midnight air, then fell with a sickening thud. Ocala, Napoleon of his tribe, lay withering in his blood. But hark! What means that fierce war-whoop, resounding loud and clear? 'Tis the bugle blast that calls each brave when the pale-faced foe is near. Gathering fast in the midnight gloom, they form the circle of death around the dauntless hunters who stand with bated breath, awaiting the savage onslaught, determined to sell their lives to the service of their country and the freedom of men's wives, while pitying heaven aids them by the darkness of the night, since not a star will lend its aid to guide their foes aright. Now facing north and east and west, they meet the savage foes, recruiting Charon's army by every lusty blow. But still they come in hideous swarms, like hounds let loose from hell, till overborne by numbers our bleeding heroes fell. All honor to the gallant 3, 12 braves in silence lay, with gaping wounds and stony eyes to greet the returning day, while yet a score were nursing wounds which these heroes gave. They signed their right to enter into an unwept grave. Ocala ne'er again would scourge their country far and near, nor wring from helpless innocence an unavailing tear. His death alone destroyed the boast, and stilled the raging flood of senseless pride and passion that bathed his hands in blood. But alas for human prowess, these deeds but roused the ire of savage wretches who now tried to vent their spleen with fire. 3 stakes were now erected, and faggots heaped around, while painted fiends in human shape, exultant, sat aground. They led the helpless captives forth, with many a shout and hoot, and drug them to their awful doom, less feeling than a brute. And first they bound Udtuhan, whose descendants love you know. I pointed out to you last fall, when we were at the show. They bound him to the cruel stake before his comrades' eyes, and scornfully they bade them mark how a pale-faced coward dies. Thank God his captors were deceived. He smiled amid the flame, and with his fast expiring breath, these words bequeathed to fame. To suffer in a noble cause is sweet beyond compare. These greedy flames that lick my blood but light a vision fair, where heroism and heroes sweep the still resounding lyre. Heaven's harmonies have quenched the tortures of this fire. Tumultuous raptures round me roll, heaven's pearly gates ajar. My spirit soars on fleshless wing beyond the faintest star. O blissful death, O vision fair, what sweet celestial glories shine, the loved and lost of earlier years. are now forever mine. The savage horde in silence stood, and listened as he sang. While even their untaught eyes could see, he suffered not a pang. No yell triumphant smote his ear, awe silenced every tongue, and many a heart beat faster as he his requiem sung. Then lion-hearted Conway, beneath whose eagle eye even savage foes once trembled, was offered up to die. Defiant still, mid writhing flames, he heaped on them his scorn, and with true prophetic voice he doomed their race unborn. Rejoice, rejoice, ye howling fiends, distort your hideous face. Soon the white man's wrath shall sweep from earth your blood-stained race. While shining fields and cities fair attest the white man's power, you accursed creeks shall be tradition's useless dower. Now comes your own ancestor, the gallant brave McCrae, who planned this glorious campaign and led the awful fight. He was a perfect Hercules, cast in Apollo's mold, with a heart of witching tenderness, yet proud and dauntless soul. Oft had he visited this tribe, on peaceful mission bent, and to many a savage his kind assistance lent. Yet little dreamed he, at this hour, one heart amid that throng still beat responsive to his own, attuned to love's mad song. Yet as they bound him to the stake and raised the flaming brand, the chief that held it fell a corpse, killed by a woman's hand. And Indian maiden loosed his bands and raised her voice on high, "Who harms my pale-faced lover by Tallulah's hand shall die." Behold the savage concourse stand, transfixed by silent awe, and gaze upon Ocala's child, held sacred by their law. They feared Ocala's spirit might then be hovering nigh, nor dared to harm his darling child, lest he who harmed her die. The queen, with head and form erect, bore McCrae undismayed, and in her father's wigwam, who wounded lover laid. Then bending gently o'er him, each wound she rightly dressed, and with sweet plaintive melodies lured the weary one to rest. At dawning light McCrae awoke, his queen still lingering there. His eyes bespoke his gratitude, his lips were moved in prayer, for the lithe and graceful maiden, whose love he knew to be pure as early morning's blush, yet deathless as eternity. Although once failed his savage foes, still thirsted for his blood. The hate within their bosoms was as tireless as a flood. Not daring open violence, they sought Oneida's craft, and 'neath the guise of friendship gave the lovers a sleeping draught. When the mighty god of slumber had locked them fast in sleep, the wily savage entered, his fearful oath to keep. They took McCrae to the river, in sight of these roaring falls, whose sheer descent, 200 feet, the stoutest heart appalls. They bound him fast in a frail canoe, set adrift mid current's flow, believing his life would be dashed out on the jagged rocks below. Then gladly turning homeward, a ready lie they make, to appease her burning anger, when Tallulah shall awake. Slowly the doomed man drifted, yet faster at each breath. The quickening current bore him to the open gates of death. Yet still he slept, aye, slept and dreamed, of the proud creek's peerless flower, who, for deathless love of him, had braved her nation's power, spurned her murdered seeress corpse, and to his murderer clung, aye, on the spot that drank his blood, love's soothing ditties sung. Dreamed of the eyes that flashed with fire when his foeman dared to draw nigh, yet softened into tenderness at her lover's faintest sigh. Dreams of the hand that sped the dart that pierced the chieftain's breast, yet with such witching tenderness could tremble and caress. Dreams of the heart that proudly braved a nation's deadly hate, yet at a lover's first command would brook a martyr's fate. Dreams of the hour when Tallulah, who so bravely saved his life, shall desert her baffled kinsman to become a white man's wife. Dreams of how he would love and prize her, shielding her with tenderest care, spending time and life and fortune but to grant her lightest prayer. But his dream is rudely broken, and his blanched lip loudly calls, for he hears the well-known rumbling of the river's awful falls. Life was sweet, death was so near, and he so young to die. No wonder that his trembling lips sought mercy from on high. He bore 10,000 tortures with every passing breath, as he lay bound and helpless, gliding swiftly on to death. He raised his clarion voice above the deafening roar. Great heavens, can a human cry reach that resounding shore? Yes, yes, a once familiar voice calls loudly from that shore, and a well-known trapper woos time to life and hope once more. By an effort born of hope renewed, McCrae sprang to his feet. The trapper saw, his lariat flew, his outstretched hands to greet. Steady, the practical huntsman cried, your peril is almost o'er. Steady for a moment, your foot shall press the shore. Then as he drew the skiff ashore, he recognized McCrae, but gazed in silent wonder, for late raven locks were gray. And never to his dying day would McCrae view the place where, in suspended agony, he met death face to face. He shuddered at an Indian's name, and soon forgot the queen, who once so bravely saved him from a nation's senseless spleen. He wooed and won a maiden, whose blue eyes, like your own, held within their liquid depths love's nectarine full blown. And as I press your luscious lips, I praise thee, brave McCrae, whose dauntless courage gave to me the girl I hold today. Oh yes, forgive me, darling, I did almost forget. But how can mortal silence keep, by such sweet eyes beset? Grant me the boon of one more kiss, and gaze into my face. Light fancy by your radiant eyes, Tallulah's fate to trace. Still let the pressure of your hand chain me in rapture to the earth, for I must offer thoughts tonight that ne'er before had birth. No idle dreamer dares to pierce the mystery of this stream, nor would I dare to bold and prize, save that your wish I deem. The highest law my loving heart can now or ever know, and 'neath the witchery of your smile my raptured numbers glow. My fancy soars on eager wing, and will, perhaps at last, gladly at your high behest, unfold the misty past. Tallulah slept till evening shades had deepened into night, and woke alas to find herself bereft of her brave knight. Her Indian wit soon taught her Ogutchu was to blame, and hastily she found him, her eyes and cheeks aflame. Ogutchu knows your mission. Your pale-faced lover fled, while Tallulah's starlit eyes were wandering mid the dead. He is not worthy of your love. Let my sister choose a mate. Ogutchu's lodge is open. Will my sister spurn her fate? My pale-faced lover is a brave, Tallulah proudly cried. He never fled from friend or foe. Ogutchu, thou hast lied. Thy double tongue is poison-tipped, thy words a coward's dart. Before I clasp thy loathsome form, let panthers rend my heart. Speak, coward, speak. Where is my brave? Tallulah asks you where. Speak, lest I summon by a word the friend of earth and air, to tear your quivering limbs apart, you lying treacherous chief. Speak the truth, you Indian dog. The night is growing brief. The awestruck chief is conquered, and tells with bated breath where last he saw him drifting into the jaws of death. Tallulah heard, and wild despair hurled reason from her throne. Low at her feet the wretches crouched, their treachery to atone. Up, up, you cowards! Up, you knaves! And lead me to the place. Tallulah's hand shall save him yet, or curse your coward race. 'Tis mine to speak, yours to obey. I am your virgin queen. I swear to save my lover, or never more be seen. They led her to the river, and pointing to the place, they stood like criminals abashed before the judge's face. She spurned their pleading counsel, and springing in a boat, she cast the oars from her, and set the skiff afloat. Then as she gazed adown the stream, her eyes were all aglow with that deep yearning passion such hearts alone can know. While sitting in the boat erect, with an Indian's willowy grace, she sang in tuneful numbers a song time can't efface. I am coming, 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 slowly drifting down the stream, while my heart is yearning, yearning, for the idol of love's dream. I have left them, left them, left them. Farewell, treacherous Indian race. I can hear him calling, calling, and I go to seek his face. Now I'm gliding, 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 and I hear the awful roar of the waters tumbling, tumbling, where no boat will need an oar. Now I'm rushing, 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 and the spray obscures my sight. The angry waters, leaping, leaping, chill me with a strange affright. Oh, I see him, see him, see him, and I welcome death's alarms. Oh, I'm swiftly falling, falling, and I spring into his arms. Not a trace of boat or maiden could the savage searchers find, and they fled the spot in terror, daring not to look behind. Nor would they tarry near the river, but moved their wigwams far away. No savage creek would linger near the spot by night and day. And tradition says her spirit may be seen on nights like this, when the heavy moon, mist-laden, greets the river with a kiss. Not in vain will be our vigil, if Tallulah knows tonight in your precious veins is flowing genuine blood of her brave knight. Look, look, mid the river's silvery sheen, Tallulah's phantom boat is seen, while the air vibrates like a quivering lyre, touched by the hands of an angel choir. O wondrous music, soft and low, like rippling streamlets' gentle flow. O pathos-laden heart's refrain, no mortal lips can breathe that strain. Immortal love, not even death, can damp thy flame or chill thy breath. Nay, while eternal ages roll, 'tis thine to feed the hungry soul. With manna dipped in passion's fire, true birthright of the heart's desire. Blessed food no mortal lips can take, and fail enrapturing bliss to wake. Heaven's cornerstone, earth's chief delight, Tallulah's captive soul tonight, is but living o'er the dream thou didst create beside this stream. Her hapless fate all must deplore, self-sacrificed in days of yore. And could Tallulah live again, at least one heart would soothe her pain. The legend may be overdrawn, yet 'tis not all a dream. Nor will you ever say again, this is no haunted stream. Other eyes beside our own have seen the phantom boat, and other ears than ours have heard the wild, weird music float. But, precious little darling, as I strain thee to my breast, I am conscious you are weary, thus deprived of needful rest. Let us hasten to thy cottage, parting with a lingering kiss. Little Daisy then can slumber, and awake in perfect bliss. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Initial Acrostic by Hiram Peck McKnight, read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. Hear, oh hear the melting music pouring from inspired hearts. In the race of life they stumbled, victims of temptation's darts. Ruins billows them engulfing, all their hopes and joys to blight. The scorpion lash of conscience scourges them by day and night. Man has doomed them to a prison where shame's torrents hourly roll, pouring every known affliction on the crushed and bleeding soul. Every legal right is perished, every social tie is snapped, crushing forces ever present, body, mind, and soul entrapped. Kindness is a total stranger, human treatment rarely shown. Man is faultless when his fellow for a fault must needs atone. Can such beings know the rapture heaven decrees to poets' souls? Know they where to place the cymbals of the sounding lyre? Never yet has human malice stilled the music of the spheres. In the loathsome prison dungeon heaven the sweetest music hears. Guilt or shame or human anger ne'er can fold the poet's wings. Howsoever deep his anguish, still his heart exultant sings, tunes his lyre still triumphant, and to you these pages brings. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Acrostic Tribute to Dr. H.R. Parker by George W.H. Harrison, read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. He towers above his fellow men like some grand knight of old, endeavoring to right all wrong with spirit bold and free. No craven fear usurps his soul, no task his spirit quails. Religion to his soul is love, and love no wrong entails. Ye who love eternal right and wish your fellows well, refuse him not the meed of praise, 'tis his our aches to quell. Each heart within these prison walls that tests his wondrous skill unites to sing his praises and bless his generous will. By kindly words he cheers the soul of those whom dread disease envelops in her mystic folds and gives each patient ease. Not caring for their praise or blame, he steers his course aright, proving duty well performed is matchless in its might. And though but a youth in years, his well-instructed mind reveals all pathologic truth and practice well combined. Kindly may the fates decree that he may rise to fame, ever free as he is now from error and from shame. Refuse him not of happiness, and bless his honored name.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lines to My Wife by George W. H. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Years and years have passed away since last we met, my darling wife. Oft have I felt the tooth of pain gnaw at the vitals of my life. The brow thy hand has oft caressed with such sweet hypnotic power, the lines of care and grief has traced and wrinkled like a withered flower. The dark brown locks you loved so well, now interspersed with silver thread, shows plainly that the march of time has left its footprints on my head. The deep gray eyes that once could flash with passion's fire or melt in love have lost the wonted fires of youth, like some poor off-cast limpsy glove. Yet in my breast there beats a heart that never will, nor never can, grow old. Thy image keeps its pulses warm with love that never shall grow cold. Thy grace and beauty won that heart long years ago, when thou wert young. Thy gentle, generous, faithful care has bred a love I cannot tongue. Heaven can grant no sweeter bliss to crown the evening of my life than Iulu's sweet enraptured kiss, when time restores me to my wife. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Out of the Depths by George W. H. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Cavaet. In a cell of rock and iron, where remorse and shame environ, sat a convict sadly dreaming of the days of yore. Dreamed he of a land of flowers, where, amid love's smiling bowers, he had spent such happy hours, to memory ne'er so sweet before. And he softly, fondly questioned, shall I know such bliss once more? Hope made answer, yes, once more. In a home which love had founded, now by grief and care surrounded, sat a wife and mother weeping for her prisoned swain. Wept she o'er fate's mad endeavour, that such loving hearts could sever, with a blow that seemed to never lose its agonizing pain. And a cry arose to heaven, Father, shall we meet again? Mercy answered, once again. Ope those doors of latticed iron, lift the clouds that now environ, faithfulness shall be rewarded, love the victory hath won. Learn that I, your God, am heeding prayers that rise from hearts now bleeding, and my hand is ever leading, though the clouds obscure the sun. Bows my heart in adoration, shall my lips repeat Amen. Hope and faith repeat Amen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ella Rie's Revenge by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichole Dio. Beside Saluta's silver stream, where flowers nod and poets dream, a cabin stood, in days gone by, whose history should never die. Here lived and led a blameless life, brave Hayward and his peerless wife, with 3 sweet pledges of that love, cradled on earth but born above. Surrounding them on every hand was the red man's native land. No pale face save themselves ever dared to live in wild these Indians shared. Treacherous alike in peace and war, the Seminole obeyed no law save one he spake with bated breath. Traitors shall die a coward's death. The haughty chief who led this tribe fear could not daunt nor favor bribe, And this lone settler living here knew white man never dared come near. He Kakanoe's heart had won, but a kindness nobly done, in rescuing from a watery grave the favorite child of this fierce brave. A frail canoe, swamped in midstream, a father's cry, a maiden's scream, a hunter bearing a maid ashore, a volume writ could tell no more. The land beside this murmuring stream, thy future home, brave paleface, deem, and on Kakanoe's word depend, no Indian dares molest my friend. Yours 'twas to save Kakanoe's pride, mine be it to protect your bride. If here a future you would seek, I listen, let my brothers speak. Great chief, your words so kind and true fall on my ears like evening dew. Ere the buds begin to swell, your brother mid your tribe shall dwell. So Hayward built, with eager haste, as best befits a woman's taste, a cabin palace reared by art, each room as secret as your heart. Here they lived and tilled the ground, the happiest pair for miles around. The Indians swarmed around their door, with useful gifts to swell their store. Kakanoe often sought their door, and played with the children o'er and o'er. He brought them many a curious toy, their happy childhood to employ. The winsome sprite who sat on his knee pleased him most of the guileless three. Her limpid eyes and golden hair Kakanoe thought divinely fair. As the happy years flew swiftly by, beneath Kakanoe's watchful eye, Paralee grew, with rapid pace, into a maid of faultless grace. Kakanoe loved this lovely child with a passion fierce and deep and wild. Yet hopeless he feared that love would be, since naught could bridge the raging sea of racial and tribal pride that lay between them deep and wide. And well he knew another's soul brooked not on earth save his control. King Ulka's daughter, the proud LaurieB, graceful and lithe as a willow tree, with eyes and hair like the raven's wing, and voice as soft as the babbling spring, had sought him for her wigwam brave, weeping o'er his late wife's grave, and well he knew the tears she shed. By tribal law their bodies wed. True love for her he could not feel, yet such a fact dared not reveal. His squaw she was alone in name, and never to his wigwam came. Another love, oh fateful thought, with direful misery doubly fraught, surged and tossed within his soul until it spurned his late control. At last he sought her much-loved side, and begged her to become his bride. The maiden heard and laughed outright, and thus let loose the fiends of night, that of late had lain at rest with Kakanoe's savage breast. Now naught could stay this rising ire, save to light the council fire. At last among his braves he stood, like some monarch of the wood, while burning words flowed from his tongue that showed how deep his heart was wrung. The council heard and thus decreed, "Our land from pale-face dogs be freed. Tomorrow night the proud pale-face shall rue Kakanoe's late disgrace." "'Tis well," the haughty chief replied, "who scorns to be Kakanoe's bride shall feel a living flame of fire quench the last spark of life's desire." But ere the morrow's sun had set, awakening love brought deep regret. Love fought the savage till he fell, and pity's tears began to well. He crept the cabin light within, and there confessed his double sin. "'Tis done," he cried, "you shall not die. The boat is ready, up and fly. Saluda's stream shall guide you right. Kakanoe lays to die tonight. Once you are free, I die content, nor deem the blow untimely sent." The boat has left the silent shore, and Hayward tugs at the muffled oar. The craft sweeps on like a thing of life, impelled by the prayers of a weeping wife. Kakanoe stood on the bank hard by, with heaving breast and tear-dimmed eye, that proved a hero's soul could rest in the natural dome of a savage breast. The flashing oars in the moonlight pale give forth no sound and leave no trail. Naught is heard save the breath of the fleeing ones in their race with death. Hark! What means that frightful yell? 'Tis a cry of triumph born of hell. Their savage foe long under way at last have seen their wanted prey. They see the foe and wildly fly, the flashing oars till they almost fly. Will yet be saved, brave Hayward spoke, but his oars shivered beneath his stroke. He sprang to his feet with ashen face, and his trusty rifle flew to its place. A maddening yell from the savage crew proved the ball to the mark had straightway flew. 6 times his trusty rifle spoke, each time an Indian skull it broke. His gallant sons stood near their sire and reinforced his deadly fire. Their doom was sealed. The savage horde soon reached their bark and sprang aboard. Yet scorned they even then to yield, while strength was left a knife to wield. Each one dared a hero's part. Each knife it sought a savage heart. Nor did they cease to bathe in gore till they sank beneath to rise no more. Paralee and her mother lay to savage hands an early prey, for neither knew nor felt they aught of what they did or what they sought, since terror and alarm too deep had locked their senses all in sleep. Alas, that they should ever wake! Returning senses meant the stake. Soon homeward with the living dead, the savage horde in triumph sped, and bore to haunts of LaurieB the pale-faced foe she longed to see. Better for Paralee had she died amid the battle's raging tide. Not wounded tigress in her lair, more dangerous than a jealous fair. Assembled around the council fire with haughty mien and rising ire, each chief was ready to relate his own exploit and vent his hate. Safely bound by cruel thong in the center of the throng, the captives sat in silent dread, envying none except the dead. Brothers, the pale-faced LaurieB, whose words from guile are always free, will tell you all you need to know. Who scorns her words must brave my blow. Thus Ulka spake, then glared around with a mighty monarch's haughty frown, that held his hearers more in awe of his dread prowess than his law. Chief, warriors, braves in battle tried, your blood Saluda's stream has died. Your brothers sleep no more to wake. Will you sit by nor vengeance take? A traitor warned the doomed pale-face. Shall he yet live to brave our race? How the white lily wrought the spell, Kakanoe, and not I, must tell. Kakanoe does not fear to die. 'Twas he that bade the pale-face fly. Let these women now be set free. Vent your hate alone on me. Paralee I loved, and her alone. Mine was the fault, let me atone. LaurieB herself shall light the fire and chant around my funeral pyre. Loose the captive, raise the stake. It shall be thus, brave Ulka spake. If love shall brave the cruel flame, young captives go from whence they came. In haste they reared the ready stake, and bade the chief his place to take. He lightly stepped in proper place, a conquering smile upon his face. The signal given, a lighted brand, LaurieB raised her trembling hand, yet begged Kakanoe not to die, but to her willing arms to fly. Pardon was his, both full and free, as the proud brave of LaurieB. The hated captives should atone for all blood spilt, and they alone. Kakanoe frowned and thus replied, If LaurieB would be my bride, let her light the fire and stand here beside me, hand in hand. Forward she sprang, the torch applied, even in death a happy bride. Saluda's stream is never free from the dying chant of LaurieB. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Murderer's Dream by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Cavaet. Ye glittering stars, how fair ye shine tonight! And oh, thou modest moon, thy silvery light comes streaming through these iron bars before me. How clear and silent is this lovely night! How quiet and how bright! I hear nothing, nor aught can hear me when I speak, but stone and iron that I fear. I, shunned by all, as if alone I'd go to hell. I alone in chains, ah me, the cruel spell that brought me here. Heaven could not cheer me within these cursed walls, within this dark and dreary cell, this gloomy, cold, and solitary hell. And thou, O Time, the only thing that's not my foe, O Time, thou passes on so slow, keeping my soul in terror, in bondage, and in woe. Was I to blame? I was, they say 'tis so. O God, will this deep crimson eye black stain my nervous system always strain? Will my foul crime for ever haunt my brain? Must I live here in earthly fear, and never, never hear the sweetest voice to me of all I've heard not for a year? Must I this torture feel year after year? Live, die in hell, and yet a paradise so near? Wilt thou, O God, wilt thou not hear? 'Tis I, they all do fear. Am I to thee, O Christ, as dead, thou who sought the lonely prisoner in his dismal cell, and to him taught the true and only law to govern man, thy love, which can be only reached by prayer to thee above? In this cold and darkened cell dost thou reprove my soul? Dost thou doom it to endless misery? Am I so wicked, sinful, that I cannot move thy loving kindness to a slight reprove? Ah me, 'tis love thou sayest, love. Canst I at this late date by full repentance see the divine, the holy, ever-cleansing love in thee? Canst thou be Christ and have no love for me? What, can it be that I am lost, and I'll never know thy bliss, and for my cruel, wicked crime no joy above all this? What, world of sin? What, never? Is my destiny hell? Is that my cruel sentence because in sin I fell? I did fall into that dark and fathomless pit, and now in hell my soul has fell, and for hell it is not fit. Into that misery eternal, where nothing lives but all's infernal. Is there my future? Is it there? My thoughts they burn my head. My heart 'twas dead, but now it lives, and in my breast does burn. Those pains, and severe as they were, they flew away, and being absent for a while, remorse came in by day. O God, I am not fit for this infernal hell. O mercy, mercy, my destiny, 'tis here that I must dwell. Away, ye fiery fiends, I am among you now. O Christ, O Saviour of the sinner, to Satan must I bow? Pray, take me back to earth again, and test me one and all, and let me live anew my life, and see if I will fall. Test me once again, let me hear the old church bell, 'cause now I'm so much steeped in sin that I am not fit for hell. Oh, horrors, horrors, hear the groans of tortured victims there. Some young, and many are quite old. I know it by their hair. Poor wretches, see them there, all bleeding and in chains. I know they realize their fate, because they all have brains. Is this the horrid, horrid place my mother taught was hell? Oh, see those brutal, fiery fiends, they call them imps, you know, and many an one has feared them here, because of sin he'd sown. Just see the demons of the deep, just hear their hellish tones. Then floating back on brimstone air comes mocking groans. See the devils how they dance, with brimstone torches how they prance. What can it be they look like men, instead of hearts they have but sin, and grinning hang around me? Oh, fearful, fearful fire of hell, what can it be within? They sneer and stare at me. Go away, ye devils cooked in sin and crime. I am in purgatory, waiting for the time when by the law of a just God I'll be removed from here, and by the law of Christ divine of thee I'll have no fear. Hark, list, from yonder corner comes loud cries. Oh, let me hold my aching, bursting head. They come from some poor wretch that dies, and many an one may mourn him now as dead. I see him, there he is. My murdered victim now appears before me. That is him, and to him I must bow. Oh, his cries, his groans, they haunt me to the bottom of my wicked heart. Can it be that I must dwell for ever in this wretched misery? Horrors, See him now reach out his bony hand to grasp me firmly by the throat and hold me like a band. Take me, demons, if you please, take me into hell. Anything you choose may do, remove me from this cell. My soul, awake, awake, they come, the devils come to take old Satan, I am thine. Away my soul will ever roll through torturing, scorching hell, and down into the blackest depths my soul is cast pell-mell. Oh, what a fate for man to meet! Speak, Satan, speak, I say, and with your torturing, devilish deeds, my ruin, no delay. What, dumb? Old Satan, canst thou speak? Look here, they speak thy want. I am now right crisp and hard in sin, and haven't any fear. Take me, demons, take me quick, I hear the awful knell of the roaring, moaning billows, and the bitterness of hell. Take me, Satan, take me, as my fate is firmly sealed, while ye in Hades do wake me, and o'er the batoon wield. What, am I mistaken? Was it only but a dream? I still living here on earth? Oh, how real it all did seem! Could I now just one chance have, and in mercy be forgiven, I would have respect for all, and send prayers right up to heaven. When on earth Christ did come to save sinners from their fate, any time they'd turn to him, they'd find 'twas not too late. Holy Saviour, heavenly dove, thou who reign supreme above, though in sin I have been dead, I am saved just by thy love. Could I only have good sight, that I could see my sad plight, I would always to thee cling, and to thee cling with all my might. Now to thee let me give thanks, 'cause 'twas only a bad dream, but its horrors to me cling, 'cause so real it all did seem. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Acrostic Tribute to God's Messengers, Chaplain and Mrs. C. L. Wingett by H.P. McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Nichole Dio. Cyprian, the father of the orator's plan, a preacher, a priest, and a godly man. You have been by the good Lord sent on the mission your heart is ever bent. Passed through trials of life severe, God was good when he sent you here. Right in the midst of a sweltering gang of sinners, corrupt on every hand, I, for one, have watched you keen, and from you haven't an evil deed seen. All has been so easy to see that your whole soul's bent on setting us free, not from earthly, bodily pains, but from our evil and sin and shame. Lee was the second choice of name. She christened her son for heavenly fame. Each and every day she taught him ever sin to brave, till dear mother she went down into an early grave. Every day and every hour he tries to keep that august dower, and meet her where there's endless time, in heaven's pure and holy clime. Wingett came unto this place to save poor sinners by God's own grace. In eloquence and heartfelt plea he's prayed for us on bended knee, nor has his pleading been in vain, because from us he's driven pain. God, help the prisoner is his prayer, while lingering in this prison lair. Eternal justice may they have, while life's hard struggle they do brave. To God be praise, we see his face. God save the prisoner by thy grace. Susan, his wife and better half, and one of God's own kind, upon each bright and Sabbath morn she helps the text to find. She's ever there in the armchair, through service and through song, and with kindly smile she does beguile the prisons from all wrong. Nay, let us bow unto you now, thou noble Holy One, and may God speed for all your need for the good that you have done. Gregory is an ancient name, to you it has been given. Right down deep in your friendly heart is found the truth of heaven. Each of us prisoners here confined for truth will e'er contend. Go, search each heart, and then report if truth will not defend. Onward, onward, upward, upward may your labors ever roll. Reach out for poor fallen sinner, and your work will all extol. Yet 'tis not too late to labor, God will answer, I extol. Fair child of heaven's august plan, how comest thou to wed yourself to man? In name is nothing but to designate, but, oh, how often it does consecrate. In language pure and clear as diamond scale, well though, fair child, we, every one, do hail. Real sympathy is not so strong a band as binds fair woman unto haughty man. Come, hasten, now thy work be done, 'cause life's short race is almost run. He whom thou wed so many years ago has been God's servant faithfully to do, in words so full of just and holy writ, that in our chapel we do love to sit. Love, for your duty, kind to all you meet, faithful to your master's cause, and a smile for all you greet. Do by us as you have done and never do complain, because the work that you have done has not been done in vain. Wing it is the name you chose to support the once fair child. In Christian mission go forth God's castles for to build. Never forget the prisoner closed locked in dungeon cell. Go forth and teach to him the life of the soul you love so well. Each hour you spend in Christian work is never thrown away. The truth is known, you'll harvests reap in heaven's golden day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mind is the Standard of the Man by Hiram Peck McKnight, read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. In chains and shackles closely bound, they say I am a prisoner, although in this small cell I'm found, a prisoner I am not. The door is made of iron bars, the lock is large and strong, but my mind soars free up to the stars, as if I'd done no wrong. The mind of man is ever free, by nature's law itself, while this wicked wretch's corpus may be laid upon the shelf. What of this wretched body? What care we for this hand? But there's one thing safe to wager on, that mind's the standard of the man. They may chain me fast unto the rock, and bind both hands and feet. They may keep me far off in the dark, where friends I cannot meet. They may call me vile and wicked wretch, and murderer and thief. They may say I am an infidel, and steeped in unbelief. They may say I'm false and awful bad, and lend not a helping hand. They may sow the seed north, east, south, west, far, far throughout the land. They may go right on with falsity, and it published like a ban. But there's one thing safe to wager on, that mind's the standard of the man. If the mind was easy to be read, and another for to see, there would prisoner after prisoner immediately be set free. If conscience was as easy known as another's words to hear, there would not be half so many men that society would fear. But what do people think or care, what's in another's brain, so long as they can all conceal the evil in their frame? There are a few who secretly do not conceal their sham, but there's one thing safe to wager on, that mind's the standard of the man. If every one was now compelled to show life in true attire, they'd cause the picture to be marred and cast into the fire. They'd blush with shame to bring to light black spots upon their life. They kick and squirm and twist about, and fight it with a strife. Where is the man on this vile earth but what has done some wrong, and in his mind's concealed it, though it stings him like a thong? There ne'er was one except the Christ, who'd be perfect in the land, but there's one thing safe to wager on, that mind's the standard of the man. What if all conscience could be searched clear through with cathode rays? How many would cheerfully submit, who'd reached their manhood days? It might not be the blackest crime known to the criminal code, but can it be sufficiently white to call it very good? It may not be so good nor bad nor good indeed, but is it plenty good enough as a standard for a creed? You may keep it hid in an airtight box with psychological band, then you see 'tis safe to wager that mind's the standard of the man. So long as minds cannot be seen and pictured to the folk, so long there'll be deceitfulness played by the earthly crook. The modern Shylock now who craves the sentence of the court is just the man who many times society he has hurt. He stands aloof from other folk, and cries with a loud voice, "Down, down with evil and all crime! Arise, my friends, rejoice!" But turn on him the cathode rays, and search him if you can. They'll be convinced, beyond a doubt, that mind's the standard of the man. There's many a man who's been misjudged, and met his doom and fate, and the truth thereof could ne'er be learned until it was too late. If cathode rays could have been used and falsehood put to flight, there's many a false and trumped up charge would be knocked clear out of sight, if the mind of man could only be, with this mysterious light, just brought out plain on canvas, in colours clear and bright, it would spread the truth both far and near, just like a marriage ban, that the rule ordained by nature is, that mind's the standard of the man. Now when with cathode rays supplied, you start out for a search, just drop around some Sabbath morn and peep into a church, if one bold deacon on his breast wears a diamond bright and clear, just shoot cathode across his pate and see what's buried there, then up into the pulpit where the priests all devils dare, and dart the rays around about and see what's buried there. Then to the courtroom wend your way to where the judges ran, then bet your bottom dollar that mind's the standard of the man. Then down into our Congress halls, make a dash both bold and free, and shoot cathode right through them all and see what you can see. Then back into the halls of state and catch them one and all, and learn yourself beyond a doubt how many are there to fall. Don't be surprised if now you find most foul and blackened crimes, because they're plotting for the gold, no matter what the times. Try and discover then and there the gold bonds if you can, and remember what is true is truth, that mind's the standard of the man. Then when you're done with the outside world and all of Congress halls, return to me and take a walk within these dismal walls. I'll show you men who represent each county in the state. They're all accused of crime, you know, and sentenced to their fate. But don't be hasty now to judge these men you see about, for cathode rays right through their skulls, and you may find it out. Courts, lawyers, and prejudiced jurors will convict if they can, but there's one thing safe to wager on, that mind's the standard of the man. In here you'll find there's many a mind as free from sin and crime as congressmen and senators who've been there a long time. Some of these men in here, you see, they got a little tight, and broke into a chicken coop because 'twas in the night. Some men you see as you walk with me down through these halls so dreary, have on bended knee prayed to be free until life's become weary. They have no money, neither friends, because they're far behind the van, but still 'tis safe to wager that mind's the standard of the man. And now because my enemies have chained me tight and fast, and cruel, heartless, brutal curs would hold me to the last, look here, I'll freely now submit, turn on your cathode rays, and learn, if now 'tis not too late, the evil of my ways. Now go up to that old bribe judge and prosecutor too, and bring their conscience here by mine, and search all through and through. Look sharp, and now compare their minds with this one if you can, and then apply the golden rule that mind's the standard of the man. O men of science, if you can, employ the cathode rays, to take the place of jurymen in those our latter days. Let not a man upon the bench to judge another's fate, until to cathode he's been sent to search beneath his pate. If then you see his mind is free from prejudice and crime, and he'll give us all fair justice, let him sit there all the time. But if upon the other hand he won't, although he can, then cut him out with the golden rule that mind's the standard of the man. How can you then a prisoner make, when his mind's as free as space? You may chain his feet and hands and neck, and tightly bind his face. Do what you please, and as you please, you cannot help but see that man is man where'er he be, because his mind is free. His mind may roam back to his home, you cannot tie it down, and folk may look and scoff and scowl and always wear a frown, but when of him they a prisoner make, the mind they never can, 'cause God ordained the golden rule that mind's the standard of the man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cell Thoughts by George W. Harrison. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. In the headlong rush for the land of fame, how many are wrecked on the Isle of Shame? How few heads wear a glittering crown in the faraway realm of great renown? Mid the crowded ranks of the legion of greed, how many are crushed 'neath the wheels of need? How few ever feel the dainty caress of the lingering hand of great success? In the mad pursuit of the god of gold, what brains are wrecked, what hearts grow cold? How many will spend their latest day mid the hurling waters of Poverty Bay? How many are lured by a siren chime to a double death in the land of crime? How few escape unscarred within the winding walks of the maze of sin? How many that towered above the stars now pine and languish behind the bars? What a trail of woe a single mistake across the page of life can make! O shipwrecked sailor, fix your eye on the star of hope in yonder sky. Mercy's hand will bring release and safely lead to the land of peace. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Author's Farewell by Hiram Peck McKnight. Read for LibriVox by Rags. Gentle reader, this small volume clearly proves that modern man can control his erring brothers with a clear enlightened plan. Ne'er till now have prison printers voiced unchanged the convict's thought. Is the change with retrogression or with onward progress fraught? Will this volume change your custom or relieve our horrid pain? Or shall truth be crushed and bleeding, ever bound in prison chain? Will you cast your glances backward, gathering age along by age, proof that man is wholly brutal when controlled by maddening rage? View the pen of downy feathers, where men choked and choked to death, without power to ask for pardon with their last expiring breath. See your brother in that river, safely chained to yonder rock, while his thirst is wildly raging and the waves his tortures mock. See yon dungeon, dark and dreary, built by human art and skill, whose dread mission is to madden anyone the law says kill. Visit to the hapless culprit, as in pagan jail he lies. See the jailer pass the hemlock, which he quaffs, and then he dies. Think of club and sword and pistol, of the bloody guillotine, of the whipcord, knout, and gallows, of the knotted wolverine, of starvation, rack, and torture, of the lash and fiery stake. And then tell me frankly, reader, did these wrongs one virtue wake? Tell me frankly, honest reader, can two wrongs create a right, and is man's inhuman conduct pleasing in Jehovah's sight? Or do pitying angels shudder as the cruel lash you ply, wondering man can be so brutal and the laws of God defy? Does not conscience loudly thunder, sin is but the fruit of hate, and who stones the helpless brother most deserves that victim's fate? Can abuse and brutal treatment purge the sinner of his guilt? If so, come within my bosom, sheath your dagger to the hilt. Strike, till every erring mortal at your hands has met his fate. Then sit down and calmly ponder on your awful lonely state. You, perhaps, have been quite faultless. You, perhaps, no wrong have done. If 'tis true, my peerless brother, you're alone beneath the sun. Do but think. We were once spotless as the babe on mother's knee. Trace the causes of our downfall with a mind from malice free. See, on every licensed corner, fiends incarnate hourly sell fiery waters of damnation that create a living hell. Women once as pure as angels, leading heartless lives of shame for the trumpery of fashion, dealing off both home and name. Here men laud the wealthy scoundrel and attempt to clear his ways, while the poor and honest toiler, none with pride or pleasure, pays. See religion don the garments of all worldly pride and lust, while the Saviour's honest followers are but trampled in the dust. See the press with startling headlines every vice and sin portray that can sink your moral standard or lead innocence astray. View the legions of temptation strewn along the path of youth. See how few do practice virtue, and how few adore the truth. There, the cause of crime is patent, and our downfall you behold to condemn it in a sentence. It was women, wine, and gold. If you read this book with caution, You have read between the lines, learning much the careless reader and the critic ne'er divines. You have seen the author's purpose was to tell the simple truth, as a tribute to the prisoner and a warning to our youth. You have seen mistakes and errors that less haste would quickly mend. Yet, with all its imperfections, it may prove a useful friend. And in future, I may publish one with less of hasty thought. That may be. God knows the future, with undying issues fraught. All tried means have proved abortive, yet, my friend, there is a plan that will lift each erring brother to the standard of a man. If I can live to publish what I know and long to tell, you will read it and believe it. So, dear reader, fare thee well. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Conclusion by Hiram Peck McKnight. Read for LibriVox.org by Inkell. Go, little book, thy destined course pursue, collect memorials of the just and true, and beg of every one who comes thou near some token of their friendship and good cheer. And if by chance some true friends thou should find, attach them to thee with both soul and mind, and if they prove good, faithful friends and true, to them thou stick it as if they loved you. Adieu, adieu. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of prison poetry by Hiram Peck McKnight.